Jesus is Lord and he's coming back. Why are we the only ones pinning our links? Why are we the only ones pinning our links? Why are the rest of these cowards? First of all, they flee to TikTok. They're not even on YouTube anymore. And this coward you see on the screen was actually on YouTube doing live streams, open forums on YouTube until he encountered JiL. Now he's moved, packed up, and moved his things to TikTok. Man, why don't these? If these things of what you're saying about Scripture are true, you should not be afraid of anyone. Why are you running and hiding and blocking and muting and turning down volumes of speakers? Why all of the? I don't understand. If you're so confident, black atheists, why are you hiding behind a woman on TikTok who just spits out a bunch of factoids? Why are you hiding under her skirt? Click on the link. Black atheist rants. Christians should not. Black people should not be Christians. Come demonstrate that to be reality. Make your argument for as to why we should be atheists, perhaps. Jesus is Lord and he's coming back. I'm sniping black atheist rants because he wants to run over to TikTok. Well, he knows I'm not going to create a TikTok account. I'm in my 40s. Okay? Not creating a TikTok account. I just refuse to do it. I created a Discord to go over there and argue with Joel. Why are you guys clustering yourselves over in the 13 to 24-year-old forums? Why are you frequenting these forums with children? Let's get right to the video. This is a snipe, by the way. He's live. Black Atheist Rant is live. He's been live for about 4 hours. I guarantee you, if I were able to go on to TikTok, he would not be live for 4 hours. The stream would be over. The stream would be over.
Hold up. So
link is in the chat.
Right.
Pinned.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Mm-hmm. You said 18, not 22. Mm-hmm. You said 18, not 22, correct?
Huh? She said 22.
I'm 22. She did.
22 years old. Of course, you got to be 18 to join TikTok. 22 years old. He wants to talk to 22-year-old Christians. Well, maybe he's in his 20s. I don't know. I don't know how old he is. The man looks like he's approaching 30. But oftentimes, especially black men, seek out the elders. Seek out an elder, like myself. Why are you seeking out these 20 to 25-year-old women on TikTok for answers about the scriptures? I always sat under men who were 20, 30 years older than me. As a man, you should want to sit under men. You're sitting under a woman who thinks she knows what she's talking about when it comes to scripture. That says a lot about you and how you were raised, black man.
Yeah.
And you believe black people should be Christian?
Yes, I think everybody should be Christian.
We talking about black people.
Yeah, should be is like.
We talking about black people.
Yeah, black people are in the Bible.
Africa where?
Africa is present.
Are you talking about Ethiopians should be slain? Because that's in the Bible.
Because of okay, but if you're gonna say that, say it in context. They were doing that
for
their
y'all stop.
Because of the atrocities they were committing.
Hold up, Tiffany. They don't wait, just wait. When this question it has nothing to.
Shout out to Doki Doki in the chat. What's going on, Doki Doki? Good morning. This is impromptu. I just was up early this morning and I came across this TikTok channel, Black Atheist Rants. And he says black people should not be Christians. Well, I'm wondering, should we be atheists? Certainly the white man's religion. Certainly. Atheism is certain to be the white man's religion. Oh, atheism is not a shut up, liberal. What am I saying by that? I'm saying that that it derives from Europeans. That's why the majority of atheists still today are European, of European ancestry. Bum, dum, da, dum. But yet black people shouldn't be Christians, which has its origin in the Middle East, where you see still to this day black and brown people. Bum, dum, da, dum. What's going on, Mod? Mr. Mod is in the house. Yeah, so these arguments that they're not making them amongst those people who actually know the history of black people in America or the history of black people in the world, quote unquote black people, darker people, people that are not of European ancestry. They make these arguments amongst those people, the TikTok crowd. But when Black Atheist Rant came into my sphere, my atmosphere, he got crushed. He never came back. That was 6 months ago. He never came back to YouTube after our encounter. TikTok breeds biblical illiteracy. TikTok breeds biblical illiteracy. That's why people like this deconstruction zone, Joel reads the Bible, that's why all of their platforms are set up on TikTok. Men in their 40s, men approaching 40 and in their mid 40s are on TikTok talking to 18, 20-year-old little girls about the Bible and little boys about the Bible. Our links are pinned before the stream even begins. Click on our links. Pick on me. I'm 40. Remember that rant, the football coach a few years ago? I think it was Ohio State University. There was a bunch of reporters picking on some of his students or some of his not students, but some of his athletes. You know, these are kids in their 20s. And he got upset, and during the press conference, he said, "Why don't you come pick on me? I'm 40." That's how I feel about these TikTokers, these TikTok ranting fiends. They frequent places where they know they're not going to get answers. They know they're going to get people who are uncertain, people who are new to the faith, people who've never actually studied the Bible. Not to say that their heart isn't with Christ, but they're not apologists. And the first thing they'll do is when they encounter somebody like myself, they'll just say, "Oh, well, you're just an apologist. You're just a Christian apologist." Well, what the hell are you? An atheist apologist? So you'd rather talk to someone who doesn't know the answer. Why? Because that fuels, that supports their ignorance. Why do people why do you surround yourself with people you know don't have the answers? Because you really don't want the answer. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. What did Paul say? They suppress the truth. This is one of the ways they suppress the truth in their own unrighteousness. They don't want to believe in the God of the Bible. They don't want to have a reason to believe. So they surround themselves with people who already agree with them, yes, and Christians who are not able to answer their questions from the scriptures. Christians who go to church every Sunday and believe in God and trust in God, but they are not knowledgeable when it comes to these subjects. They're not, quote unquote, apologists. Come pick on me. I'm 40. Black Atheist Rants. Why did you run from me? Why did you block me from your channel and move to TikTok? We were having some great discussions, weren't we? What happened was all of your misconceived notions about Christianity were being demolished, and you didn't like that feeling. So you ran over there to TikTok and ran under some skirt who thinks she knows what the hell. We're going to hear from her later, by the way, who basically runs this coward's channel. A woman that he's not married to. Sounds like an older woman, by the way, that he's not married to. running his channel, telling him what to think, telling him how to think. She's become the moderator, almost, maybe.
Nothing to do with what's in the Bible, because the Bible is not. Well, I don't look at the Bible as world history. So when I wrote this, when I put this up, it wasn't about what's in the book.
So what do you mean? So if you're a true Christian, you're gonna follow what it says.
I'm not a Christian.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying, like, a Christian, right?
I'm basing this off of like actual history, and not like, I mean, we can go to the verses that condone slavery, but I'm just talking about like strictly off history.
God doesn't condone. God.
Okay, all right. First and foremost, remember the atheist, the liberal, the Democrat. These are the same people who lied about January 6th. Remember, they are very good when it comes to vocabulary. They study how to trick you using words, which is why they came up with euphemisms like abortion, which is really just the murder of an unborn child. But they'll call it abortion, and they'll even call it healthcare. Do not use the word condone. God condones these idiots today. He allows these idiots to exist on YouTube today. He allows these biblical illiterate fools calling themselves professing themselves to be wise. He condones it. God condones many things. What the word you want to use when you're dealing with deceptive people like this is sanction. The Bible does not sanction slavery. Throw away the word condone. No debate on slavery should include the word condone, because the word condone simply means allow. Now there is some sort of, it does also denote or connote, not sure which one, the idea that you are also okay with it. That's why you allow it. Okay. But let's just, to be clear and succinct, or to be succinct and make sense when it comes to these discussions, and not get into a bunch of semantical musical chairs or play that game with the atheists. The Bible does not sanction slavery. Sanction slavery, meaning there is no scripture that says this is okay. Doing this to another person without their consent is okay. Forcing someone to be a slave, or what we would call enslaving someone. Okay. So right off the bat, the atheist is trying to use language now to be deceptive. Be careful when you're dealing with the liberal. Remember, these are the same people that are trying to teach our children that a man can become a woman and a woman can become a man by using language, by using deceptive tactics and language and semantics and obfuscation, vague terminology. This is what they do, because their father is Satan, period. You can't convince me otherwise. Satan did the same thing in the garden. Go watch the language that Satan uses in the garden. Have God said that you shall not eat of this tree? You shall not surely die. Well, Satan knew that there is more than one kind of death, because he was experiencing being separated from God, which is a type of death. So he lied to Adam and Eve and said that they would not die, even though they would. God said they would die. He knew what God was referring to. They may not have. You see how they are just like their father? You see how they are just like their father?
Let's not lie.
We got her.
Wait, I know.
Oh, we got her. We got the 18-year-old. We got her.
Stop. See, wait, y'all. Everybody, hold up.
Wait. We got her. Oh, we got her. Salivating. Look at these clowns.
These two motherfuckers get excited when they be like, this. They be like, oh, you say you don't condone slavery, huh? You ready? Okay, listen.
What Bible you reading?
It doesn't. You're talking about the Old Testament. You're talking about ancient times where slavery was already a thing. That was their way of making money.
Loyalty. Past, present, and future. David, hold up. Loyalty. Stop coming on mute. When we gave you the floor, you had nothing to add.
I'm saying you guys won't let me finish, man.
Because you said
you finished. You finished.
No, I didn't, man. Let me say something.
No, stop unmute. It's not your turn.
Hey, just kick him. Just kick him.
Not your turn. Not your turn.
Hold on.
I don't want to have to. I don't want to.
Okay, wait. Hey,
everybody, real quick. I have a little symbol by my name, so I have a job to do. Hold on 1 second. Everybody, let's get those hearts and those arrows popping up on that screen.
That's his mother, by the way. That's his mother talking. I say that to be disparaging, obviously. That's not his real mother, but that's who I was referring to earlier. The young lady who's controlling his channel, the older woman who's controlling his channel, Black Atheist. This is Black Atheist Rants. A black man who I've encountered on this channel, not on this channel, but on his channel, when he decided to go live on YouTube. It's the dumbest thing he possibly could have ever done. He should have stayed over there on TikTok. Now he's back on TikTok permanently. He does no live streams on YouTube other than to stream his TikTok encounter. So you can't go on to his stream unless you have TikTok. Okay, that wasn't the case before he encountered me. Now all of a sudden, he doesn't do any more StreamYards because he realized that he's going to encounter more than likely someone like myself on YouTube, not on TikTok. Same thing for Deconstruction Zone. Same thing for Joel Reads the Bible. The most biblically illiterate people on the planet are on TikTok. So the atheist feels comfortable there. Now, this young lady, I don't consider her to be a biblical illiterate because she was making arguments. She has studied, I can tell. But there's a few things that I would change. The first thing is, as soon as the atheist says condoned, make the atheist define every term he uses. You must do that when you're dealing with a liberal. Atheists are wholly liberal. Liberals are wholly atheists, according to Pew Research. Okay, liberalism is no atheism. No one's suggesting that, but most liberals are atheists. Most atheists are liberals. Vote Democrat. Okay, you want to argue against Pew Research? Go right ahead. Okay, well, when you're dealing with these individuals, you must make them define every term they use. Every term they use. They're so deceptive with language. The first thing I would do is not allow them to use the word condone, because God condones even their lying today. God condones a lot of things. He condones rape. He condones murder. He allows all of these things to occur in the earth. He allowed Satan to rebel. He could have destroyed Satan. He allowed him to do what he does. He allowed him to trick this young man into thinking the Bible promotes slavery or sanctions slavery. Use the word sanction, okay, so that you don't fall into that trap. Deconstruction Zone is the absolute worst, straight up liar. Yeah, and that's why he stays over there on TikTok. Same thing with Joel Reads the Bible. Same thing with this guy. Atheism may have been named as a term in Europe, but it didn't start in Europe. Well, yeah, of course, it didn't start in Europe. But if you're talking about what a black person should be and what he should not be, you can't argue atheism is something a black person should be if your argument is that Christianity is not for black people. Then atheism definitely is not for black people. His argument is that because of the history of Christianity and where it came from and how it started, I don't know if he knows that the first black or that the people in the Bible are not European. I don't know if he knows that. But see, people like this, they're historically illiterate as well. So when it comes to Christianity, the only Christianity they're familiar with is the one that was given to them by their slave master, by the Democrat, by the Dixiecrat Party. That's the only slavery. That's the only history of Christianity they have. Okay, so we're going to actually get into the history of Christianity in Africa in the first century, not the third or the fourth or the fifth century, the first century. Okay, if you check out um, the Jude 3 Project, Dr. Vince Bantu. Dr. Vince Bantu wrote about early African Christianity in Ethiopia. Okay, but that's going to come up later in this conversation.
Because this conversation is going to need a lot about support here. I want you to go ahead and shoot for a lower goal, so this way we can get that out for you to show your love and support. Dream is going to come in and do another mod slide because she's probably better than me.
Yes.
Dreamy, you want to take over?
Dreamy, how you doing, Dreamy?
Morning. Happy Wednesday, everyone.
Where you been at? You
want to take over the mod break, Dreamy?
I came up for the mod break. Listen, I have to be at work early in the morning. I know I go to bed early. I'm up now. I'm outside with the pup, and I'm getting ready for work. I just wanted to come in and say good morning. And can y'all do me a favor? One, please stop over speaking the host. I know y'all see his box lighting up too. Right? So please stop doing that. Second, Fluff is also a mod. So if Fluff speaks, that means everybody be quiet.
Correct.
Right? So again, anyone can have the conversation. Bar lets people talk, you will have the floor. But when other people are talking, please be respectful and stop yelling. I don't know who y'all live with, if you're at home by yourself with your mama, your daddy, your kids, but stop all that damn yelling. It is
All right.
my time. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
What? So Tiffany,
let's get back to the conversation.
You're the one yelling. You yelling right now. I know. Okay, so I know y'all hear me, right?
Yes.
And I just got here and I haven't overspoken anyone. So I just want the same respect.
Yeah, Tiffany, you kind of loud.
And I was talking back to her because she was screaming. Okay, this how we gonna do this.
Oh boy, this is what happens when you let a black woman run your channel.
Okay.
She's kicking everybody.
Now you can all request back up, but y'all gotta stop the over speaking. So next time that happens, that's gonna happen to everybody again. Ops and friendlies included. All right. I appreciate.
Yeah, he had the same feeling when mom came to school with his lunch. He left his lunch at home, and mom brought his lunch up to school. He had the same feeling that he has right now.
Appreciate y'all. Y'all could come back up, but y'all gotta stop the over talking, please and thank you. Have a wonderful day. I will be listening from the comments. I do have Wi-Fi at work.
Thank you, Dreamy.
Bye, y'all.
I appreciate it.
God. All right, back to the conversation.
She's real good at that. That's what I need her for.
Look at this.
No, bro. Why don't she?
She's real good at taking my channel over and telling everybody what to do on my own channel. She's real good at that. Yeah, we need to have a discussion about being a man, let alone being a Christian and being black.
I'm sorry, my bad, David. Y'all mean y'all close in age, so
I wasn't talking over her. I was responding to what somebody was.
You good.
Yeah, but
anyway. All right. All right, let's get back.
So she said the Bible doesn't condone slavery.
He's so ancient. He's anxious to get back to this topic. Why couldn't I say that word? He black. Why are you so anxious to get back to this topic when you're talking to a 20-year-old? Why aren't you as anxious to talk to me about this topic? Or Veckel about this topic? Or someone over 40 about this topic? Why are you so anxious to talk to a 20-year-old?
She did say that, but before you go there, because I know you ready. I know David, y'all seething.
I'm ready to cook.
Tiffany.
Mm-hmm.
So before we go into what the Bible says about indentured servitude and chattel slavery, you would agree that Christianity was used as a tool on black people during
parts of it were taken and manipulated. Yes.
You would agree Christianity was used.
Now she answers the question correctly. Notice, why is he repeating the question? She answered the question correctly. Parts of the Bible were used, meaning they took passages out of their immediate context to suggest to the person, the illiterate slave, that he had to become property of the slave master, and this was his destiny. Why did he ignore her answer and ask the question again? The same reason why Satan asked the question that did God say? Has God said that you shall surely die? I'm gonna go back into the text to see if he's acted twice. I'm thinking he did ask it twice because he didn't like the answer the first time. I gather had Adam answered correctly, Satan would have asked him the same question again.
Who's on black people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. She answered the question correctly. Good job, whoever you are. I could tell you had a father who actually taught you how to read the Bible, what the Bible says. Okay, good job. Even though you're in your 20s, even though that I would improve some areas as far as answering these questions when you're dealing with deceptive people like this. Okay, but that is correct. And then she's going to even mention the slave Bible, which is showing, which is I'm like, I feel like I have another daughter. Yeah. But I'm very proud of this young lady. She even brought up the slave Bible, which is evidence, physical evidence. Remember, when we actually make claims, we have empirical support, unlike these guys, other than the supernatural claims, of course, which cannot be rendered in the natural or the scientific realm or the scientific discipline. Okay, we actually have evidence of that. We actually have a Bible where all of the passages regarding freedom, regarding the idea that you cannot force someone to be a slave, were removed. Those passages were removed. Any passage that spoke about freedom and freeing slaves and punishing people for enslaving, like Exodus 21:16, that passage, along with several others, were removed. Any passage that said anything positive about people who were there working voluntarily was also removed. So you have the prohibition against forcing someone to be a slave, removed, omitted. And you also have, let's say someone volunteers to work on your land. So they're not technically a slave. They're not being forced to be a slave, but you are to treat them kindly and with respect. Those passages were removed. Why? Because they didn't want even one slave who could read finding out this information. Okay. So if the Bible says, condones, quote unquote, sanctions what you say it sanctions, why did the slave master have to do that? He could have just given them the Bible as is, right? Right?
Messed up version, yes.
A messed up version. Perfect. Okay. A messed up version of the Bible, a corrupted version of the Bible. They gave them a corrupted version of the Bible, removing all passages referring to the enslavement, the illegal trafficking, human trafficking, we would call it today, slave trafficking. They got rid of all of those passages, including the passages that just spoke about, hey, if someone volunteers to work for you because they have no food, you ought to treat them with dignity and respect. They got rid of those passages as well. In fact, the curator at the British Museum says about 90% of the Old Testament regarding this topic was removed, and something like 50% of the New Testament regarding the topic of slavery was removed. And isn't the Old Testament is where the atheist says that the slavery is being condoned in the Old Testament? Why remove 90%? I bet you they kept the part, slaves obey your master. They kept that part. I guarantee you that.
Okay, the
Good
slave
job.
Bible, for example, it was taking 32% of the real Bible and they made their own. So even the Bible says that people will use his word for their own selfish gain and they will twist it.
We wasn't even allowed to read back then.
Yeah, but
Irrelevant factoid. What she said. You notice whenever the Jew answer the atheist, they come with these irrelevant factors. They want to discuss the Turkish slavery. They want to discuss the Slavics all of a sudden. Why are you bringing up this irrelevant factoid? Respond to what she said. Yes, the Bible had to be corrupted in order for it to actually say slavery is okay. Therefore, it does not say slavery is okay. Deal with that argument.
Boy, what?
So hold on, wait. The guy that was here earlier did the same thing she just did about the whole slave Bible thing. It's still Christians using verses from
You think
the
that those
Christian
were real
Bible.
Christians though? Do you think God would say that?
It's still Christians using verses from the Christian Bible. Is that the case? No. These are not Christians using words from the Christian Bible. It's no longer the Christian Bible. If I take the origin of Darwin mythology and remove 90% of it, it's no longer the Charles Darwin's work. I've omitted context. So now all you have is a bunch of passages, random passages, in which now I could take and create my own story. A text without a context becomes a pretext for whatever you want Darwin to say. So again, you're fundamentally wrong, Black Atheist Rants. Logically wrong. You're not thinking. I thought atheists were the thinking cult. They were the ones who were the ones that were the free thinkers, they call themselves. They're not. They're really not free thinkers. They're following after the propaganda. They're everything they believe about everything is propaganda. We learned that politically over the past couple of years. We learned that's the case politically. We knew that was the case, has always been the case when it comes to the Bible, when it comes to religion. And who knows what else, but that's what I like to talk about. But I'm sure in every single category, they are only fueled by propaganda. They don't think for themselves. I could demonstrate such. Slavery in the Bible, I've demonstrated on this channel several times. How many atheists have come in here and clicked on the link to tell me Leviticus 25 says one thing when it says the other? And then I force them to read it, and we find out it says something totally different than what they told it said. Well, now you need to go back and find out who told you what the Bible says about Leviticus 25, and you need to cuss them out. Don't come on here getting upset with the Christian because we've actually studied. Go find the person who told you Leviticus 25 condoned slavery and cuss them out. Get mad at them. Don't get mad at us. Slavery in the Bible is a method to pay your debts. Don't these people read? Yeah, it was we can't even call it slavery because of the fact of what it actually entailed. So today we would not call that slavery. We would call that simply someone paying off a debt. The difference is that you work directly for that person that you owed. So for example, if I were to owe Citibank, I would actually have to go work for Citibank. If you can imagine, Citibank is not a corporation, but a person. Okay. Obviously, back then, there were no corporations. In today's world, we don't necessarily have to work for the person who we owe. We can work for someone else as long as the payments go to the person we owe. So I can work for McDonald's and my paycheck will be siphoned to pay off the debt at Citibank. So either myself will take that money and pay, or let's say it's the IRS. Either I will take the money out of my check every month myself, or they will force me to. Okay? You owe the IRS. Or I'll be put in jail. Okay? So in the scriptures, you would work directly for Abram. If you owed Abram money, Eleazar, or if your parents owed Abram money, Eleazar, you would be working for him. But then I'll go watch my video as to how that actually worked. It wasn't it wasn't even a worker employee relationship. It was more like a father son or daughter relationship, because the Hebrews would actually adopt their quote unquote slaves. They would become part of the family and could even inherit the master's wealth. That's not slavery. We would not call that slavery today. Okay? We would not call that slavery today. So that's the slavery challenge. The slavery challenge is to demonstrate that what the people were doing in scripture would have violated our laws today. If someone was doing that today, although there would probably be no enforcement, meaning if the person didn't pay, you could not go to the courts and say, hey, make them pay. They volunteered to work for me to pay off a PlayStation 4 that I gave them. And they volunteered to cut my lawn for 2 weeks, or let's say a whole month. They volunteered to cut my lawn. Well, if that person refuses to cut your lawn, you can't go to the courts and say, hey, force them to work to cut my lawn. Okay, you couldn't do that. But you could force them to pay you for the PlayStation. Okay. All right. So that's one difference. In ancient times, you owed somebody money, you worked for that person to pay them off, to pay off their debt. Okay. The idea was money. That was the idea. You need to give them money. Now, if you could give them money, you wouldn't have to work. Right? If you can give that person the money that for the PlayStation, you wouldn't have to work for them. Right? So the whole idea was money. That's right. The whole idea was this was a financial means. This is a it was a financial system in which work would be the way you actually paid. So if you didn't have land, you didn't have a goat, you didn't have an ox, you would just work to pay off your debt. But no one is being dragged. No one's being put in chains and traveling across in ships. Okay, being shipped over to the Caribbeans or the United States. None of that is happening. Meaning this is a voluntary system, a voluntary economic system. That's all.
Hey, well done. No, God will say that they were wrongfully enslaving those people.
This is where hold up, wait, right there. Okay, this is where David and agnostic come in, because every time this literally how it goes in order. Somebody brings up the slave Bible, and I say something like, "Yeah, but that's still a part of Christianity," and then the Christian.
But that's a bad argument. What do you mean it's still a part of Christianity? Like what does that even mean? Is it Christianity? If it's only a part of Christianity, then you're not getting Christianity. You're getting someone else's ideas. Because a text without a context becomes a pretext. I could take the Bible and remove 90% of it, and you can still say, well, that's still part of Christianity. It's the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life. But again, you're on TikTok. So you're not going to encounter somebody like me to uncover that this is the stupidest argument ever made. It's still part of Christianity. Yeah.
Christian says real Christians wouldn't do that. And then here comes agnostic and David to present the verses. Agnostic, go ahead. Or David.
Okay. Real Christians wouldn't do that. Now I didn't hear that argument, but that's a straw man he'll prop up. Real Christians wouldn't do that. No, the argument that was presented, sir, was that this was not Christianity. This was not something that is taught in Christianity. The Bible that was given to them did not include Leviticus 25. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Why didn't it include Leviticus 25? Go to the British Museum curator and talk to the curator there. He will tell you that passage was not included. Why? Because Leviticus 25 is about being free. The person in Leviticus 25 who is purchased makes money. He makes so much money when he becomes rich. If you read the end of the passage, they always read 2 verses. They do the same thing the slave master did to the blacks. They take out the Bible, they take out 90% and only present the 10%. And say, see, look, slavery, look, it's okay for you to be a slave. It's okay. The slave in Leviticus 25 becomes rich. He becomes so rich from being a slave that he now is buying slaves. Bum, dum, da, dum. The slave in Leviticus 25 that is being purchased from other nations becomes rich and now is purchasing other slaves for himself to work on his land that he acquired from being a slave. And not only that, he's not just purchasing foreigners. He's a foreigner himself, remember. The foreigner who is purchased in Leviticus 25, in the same passage that you're reading, Black Atheist Rants, becomes rich. And now, not only is he purchasing people to work for him, slaves, quote unquote, but he's purchasing Israelite slaves. But God says, no. Go redeem him. Send a kinsman redeemer because my people don't work for anyone. And that was the idea. The whole idea of what God does not want the Hebrew or his people being slaves had nothing to do with forcing anyone else to be a slave. Okay, that we're gonna hear that later, that assumption they're making. It had more to do with, or it had everything to do with the fact that God who said that he, not that he believes it, God that says that he is separate and there is no one like him, and that you are my slave and you don't work for anyone else. If you're God's people, you should not be in debt to anyone else. That was the idea. You are my people. You do not belong to anyone else. If the idea in scripture, which is still true today, is that the slave is borrower, or excuse me, I said that wrong. The borrower is slave to the lender. So if you borrow someone's money, you are now a slave to them, quote unquote, until you pay it back. So the God of the Bible does not want his people to be in that condition. And yes, people who were working under other people would usually do the harsh labor. Okay, because that's just how it is. That's why when you go into jobs today, you see the CEO sitting upstairs on the top floor while everyone else is in sweatshops. Okay, that's not slavery, but that's just the reality. The harder work is usually done by the people on the bottom. Okay, then there's 2 reasons for that why I don't have a problem with that. I would have a problem with that in certain circumstances, but in most circumstances, I don't have a problem with that because more than likely the CEO was once down there at the bottom and he worked his way up to that position. So I don't have a problem with that scenario. Okay, but the harsh labor is not evidence that someone is being forced to do harsh labor. It's just evident that the people at the top, the master, is paying and paying people to do what he can't no longer do. Perhaps he's too old. But God says that his people should not be in that situation. That's all Leviticus 25 is saying. That's all Exodus is teaching. It's not teaching that you could put someone or force someone in that scenario or force someone to be in that position without their permission. Okay? You're going to see the atheists conflate, and this happens with Dr. Josh, Jay Pasick. Doesn't matter who the atheist is. They can be white, black, Hispanic. They all make this same assumption. Because I say Hebrews are not to work hard, who are not to be doing harsh labor, it's not suggesting that I could force anyone else to do, a non-Hebrew to do harsh labor. Okay?
Whichever one.
First off, I got it.
Pull up the verses. Don't just talk. Pull up the verses so she can understand.
Pull up the verse.
Okay. Can you pull up Leviticus 39, verse 39 to 46?
And I think for me it was Exodus 20:21, but I would have to go back and look.
You said verse 39 through 46?
Yep, 39 and 36. Can you read that out loud too?
Yeah, because y'all need understanding of God very well.
Is there a verse? He said Leviticus 39? Is he talking about Leviticus 25:39? I think he's oh boy, these are the biblically illiterate atheists. Remember, he's referring to Leviticus 25, as I predicted. This is live, by the way. Hey, how's it going, Von Eric? Where's your faith? Blessings. This is live, by the way. Black Atheist Rants. I don't know if he's still live because I've stopped it so many times, but he's been live for 4 hours. He started streaming about 2 or 1 o'clock or 2 in the morning, I think. On TikTok. He ran from YouTube after our encounter. He never came back to YouTube. Never came back to YouTube after our encounter. And now he's over here on TikTok messing with 20-year-old Christians. God. Let's continue.
Leviticus 25?
No, Leviticus.
Is it?
Leviticus 25, yes, 39 to 46.
There you go.
Okay. If your brother becomes poor beside you and
No. If any of your fellow Israelites, 39.
Oh, 39. My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hold on.
All 140.
Okay. If any of your,
No, go ahead.
Okay. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. Hold on. I gotta get there. Hold on.
Okay, keep reading.
Hold on.
Watch the shuffle, guys. He's gonna say this. Jesus ain't saying.
Okay, they are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents among you. They are to work for you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children are to be released, and they will go back to their own clans and to the property of their ancestors. Because the Israelites are my servants, whom I brought out of Egypt, they must not be sold as slaves. Do not rule over them ruthlessly, but fear your God. Your male and female servant.
Okay, now that ends. All right, now 44. Now read what the Israelites can do.
Okay. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
This is God, Jesus, by the way, because you believe in the Trinity, so Jesus is the God of the Old Testament, verbatim telling his people that they can enslave others.
Wrong. There wasn't one passage of scripture that he read that said anyone can enslave anyone. Notice the sleight of mind trick. Not one sentence said anything about enslaving anyone. The text says that there is different treatment for Israelites, for citizens. Of course there is. There is different treatment for American citizens. That is not delineating, however, that if you were not an Israelite, you could be enslaved. You see how they make that jump? You got to pay attention to the tricks that the atheists will play with text, with words. Just because I say there's an advantage to becoming a citizen of Israel, meaning you don't have to do the harsh labor. You get the year of jubilee that becomes part and parcel of you becoming a citizen. You have it easier if you're a citizen. That is not to suggest at the same time that I'm enslaving non-citizens. What you need to demonstrate, atheists, black atheists, is that the opposite was the case when if you weren't an Israelite, that you would be enslaved or you could be enslaved, forced to work against your will. Very simple. This is what my biblical slavery challenge entails. You must demonstrate not that there were differences in how you were treated. And by the way, those foreigners, if they rejected their false religion and converted, they're called proselytes, they would inherit the same benefits. No harsh labor, because they would now be part of the clan. And this is how ancient tribal groups increase their numbers. This is how we increase our numbers today. If you want to become an American citizen, when you become an American citizen, I don't know what you have to do because I was born here. But when you become an American citizen, you no longer need a green card. You no longer need a work visa. There are advantages to working or to being a citizen that non-citizens don't have, regardless of their race, regardless of where they came from. They're foreigners in this country. They're undocumented. Well, under Biden, they were actual citizens. They were actually voting. But Brady says, it seems to me they would work to get a farm of their own. Other than needing food, what major debts would they have besides a farm? Yeah, I would say whatever the debt was, it would have to be something to do with food or property or I don't know exactly what the debts were or entailed, but the idea is that Exodus 21:16 outlaws slave trafficking. Slave trafficking deals with kidnapping and forcing someone to be a slave. Okay. So all you do is take them to Exodus 21:16, and they have nowhere else to go. But what they want to do is go to Leviticus 25 and bring out the fact that there were different treatment for Israelites or citizens. Of course. That's not a knock on the Bible. That's not a knock on any culture, because all cultures have different rules for citizens than they do for foreigners. Again, one of those rules is not you must become a slave if you're a foreigner. You can become a slave. An Israelite can become a slave. Okay? So if an Israelite, but you're going to suggest that the Israelite's not being forced, right? But the foreigner is being forced. He shall become your slave. It says that the Israelites can become a slave. So the Israelite is selling himself, but the non-Israelite is not selling himself.
For life.
Israelites were black.
And they like to bring up the idea this is for life. Again, showing me that someone is a slave for life is not evidence that they were forced to be a slave for life.
Who were considered the foreigners that were being enslaved? The foreigners were people. The foreigners were.
I would not have gone down this road. Okay. The people in Leviticus 20, she's gonna try to argue. It seems that these people were basically sacrificing children. Okay. Many of them perhaps were. Many Israelites were sacrificing children. They also participated in the Molech culture. of that time, the culture of Molech, who was a god, a fertility god in the ancient Near East. And people would sacrifice their children in order to get favor from the gods. And the idea was they would get more children. Okay. So this was something that was going on in the ancient Near East. And yes, many of the people coming from these countries were a part of that. Okay. She's going to argue, it seems she's arguing that if you denounce those gods, you could become an Israelite. If not, then you had to be a slave. She's correct. Technically, she's correct. But what you want to concentrate on initially is, how did that person get there to begin with? They came to Israel for a reason. How did they come to Israel, and for what reason? Okay. And once they got there, were they enslaved then? They may come from other nations. It doesn't say you may go kidnap them from other nations. Okay. So stay on the initial how the slave got there. Stay there, because that's crucial. Blacks didn't come over on ships themselves and say, hey, I want to work for you Europeans. And then they were forced to work, or they were put in chains and not allowed to leave. That's not how it happened. So concentrate on, they may come from other nations. Force the atheist to demonstrate the enslavement of another human being. They can't. They can't. They're just gonna point out a bunch of details which would have been part of the agreement, voluntarily made between two parties. I know I have to work the hard work if I'm not a citizen. If I want to work the soft labor, I become a citizen if I don't want to do the harsh labor anymore. But that's no indication, again, that that person is forced to be there. That they were kidnapped and brought to Israel. And that's what the text means by they shall come from other nations, from around you. So start there. Don't get into now, when you get into the wars, then you can talk about justification for the war. Deuteronomy 20, when you go to war. You can talk about, okay, God is not just going to war with these nations just because he wants their land. It's a land grab, right? No, they were practicing homosexuality, bestiality, child sacrifice, et cetera, et cetera. So I would say that answer, that apologetic for when an atheist is claiming that the Bible condones genocide, for instance. Okay. But here, when it comes to slavery, stay with the notion, the idea, the positive claim that these people were enslaved. They were forced to be there, and make them demonstrate from the text that that's the case.
People that were going against what God commanded. So they were the ones that were doing child sacrifice.
No, that's just
they were
pagans
committing
in general.
No, they were committing child sacrifice.
Okay, when you're
hold on, you're not letting me finish. They were committing child sacrifice.
That's true.
Bestiality.
Okay. Bestiality. She's okay. Yeah, that is all true. But again, I would stay away from justification for, because that's more of a apologetic for justifying the war, proving that it was a just war. Because if people are committing these atrocities, hopefully we would do something about it in America today. If there were a country or a tribe, even, that was systematically killing babies. Oh, wait a minute, they're doing that here in America. But but if they were doing it, let's say after the babies were born, which is, oh no, we can't allow that, right? Liberal. Hopefully, if the Democrats are in charge or the Republicans are in charge, we would send some troops over there to deal with that situation, or try to get those leaders removed somehow so that would stop. Okay. So when you're dealing with genocidal claims, you can mention the fact that these wars were just, and this is the reason why God went over there. When dealing with slavery in the Bible, I would stick to making them demonstrate the enslavement of any human, Jew or non-Jew, any human in the Bible. If you can demonstrate that God's sanctioning the enslavement of any human in the Bible, other than the case of war, of course, slaves are taken. You're forced. If you're fighting against Israel and you become a prisoner of war, we would call it, you are forced to be a slave. Too bad. Or criminal. If you're committing rape in the land of Israel and you now have to pay restitution, Exodus 23, I believe. The scripture says that you must pay restitution, that you're forced. I'm sorry. Okay, if you don't like it, then move to a country that doesn't have the 13th Amendment. Okay, if you commit a crime, you could be made a slave in the United States today, according to your U.S. Constitution, meaning you have no rights. You become a ward of the state. You do have rights, human decency rights, of course, but you don't have the right to move about freely. Okay. So such was the case in Israel. Okay. So they're going to go to war. Once you defeat their slavery, once you show them that there's no enslavement here in Leviticus, in Exodus, they're going to be forced to go to war. So I think she might be getting ahead of herself, or getting ahead of them, actually. She's a lot smarter than they think she is.
Idol worship, all kinds of atrocities. So do you think that God should just let them keep doing that, or that God was wrong to say, go and get these people and enslave them?
Okay, now, did she say that the Bible says go and get these people? Okay, remember, this is a 20-year-old. Okay, so, and this is why people like Black Atheist Rants and Joel and Deconstruction Zone love these forums. Okay, because she's confusing go get them. Okay, the Bible doesn't say go get them. So bring them over here. It says they may come. Okay, but they have her convinced that what they've read so far is actually demonstrating making any point when it's not. Okay.
Until they become like y'all.
Okay, go get them until they become like y'all. So what she's suggesting is partially true. They may come from other nations, and you do not get the privileges that Israelites enjoy until you denounce your false deities. Then you could be adopted in through manumission. You could convert, what are called proselytes in Scripture. Okay, until you do that, you do not inherit any of the privileges, but you're also not a slave in the sense that you're forced to be in Israel. No one went and got you. There are no gangs of taskmasters roaming around looking for people to kidnap and bring back to Israel to work because they committed some atrocities. That didn't happen. Now, Israel went to war with those nations, which is a different topic. So we don't want to confuse the topic or the case by doing what Dr. Josh does. When I ask for an instance of enslavement, he goes to war. Well, yes, in war, those things happen. In warfare, people are taken captives. Even non-combatants are taken captive. In Geneva, according to Geneva, you must capture them because you're responsible for them. You can't just leave them there in a burnt down city to fend for themselves, women and children, that is. Okay, so going to warfare is really, really their only option at this point, when you force them to read Leviticus 25. So I think she's getting ahead of herself, and arguing a defense for war, whether or not the wars were just. Okay, Leviticus 25 is not talking about war. Okay, these are more likely sojourners that are traveling from another nation that are looking for work. They may come from other nations, meaning you may hire them, you may purchase them. It says nothing about being forced or someone forcing anyone or kidnapping anyone and bringing them back to Israel because they were sacrificing children. And now you have to work or be a slave for life. No, the text is not describing that. But again, this is a 20-year-old on TikTok. This is why Black Atheist ran from YouTube. He ran from YouTube after our discussion. We had a 3-hour discussion. I crushed all of these so-called claims about slavery in the Bible, including others. He believes black people should not be Christians. Then he goes and sets up shop on TikTok, abandons his YouTube channel. He does stream from TikTok on YouTube, but you can't get in unless you have a TikTok account. Why did he leave YouTube and the 40 to 50 and 60-year-olds even for the 13 to 24-year-olds on TikTok? I wonder why he did that.
Israelites were considered those that were following God's command.
First off, so you're not obligated to free them.
Yeah, if they're considered foreigners for life, you're considered a foreigner.
Not foreigners, slaves for
living
life.
by the. No, they said to take the foreigners. The people that were considered foreigners were the people that were committing child sacrifice and idol worship. So God was saying, take those people.
Idol worship. Okay, there we go.
Take those.
Okay, so when Europeans came to West Africa to get slaves, were they Christians or were they pagan idol worshippers?
Some of them.
Okay, I know. I'm not talking about some. Majority were not Christian at all. They were mostly pagans, pantheons. They believed in, spiritual gods, basically pagans. This ruling would apply to them.
No, it would not, because it says there's neither Greek nor Jew, slave nor free. No, we're in the new covenant. You're referring to the Old Testament. We're in the New Testament. Why do you think we're not in the Old Testament?
How they always switch to the New Testament after it hurts them? You said it yourself. Anyone condones slavery, that's evil and wrong, right?
Yes, because the Bible condemns it. The Bible later on condemns it.
Condoned it. You just said it's
in the Old
Testament.
Hold on, sir. I think you have a misunderstanding of the ancient times that these people were living in. So slavery was not invented by the Bible. Slavery was already a thing.
And it was God allowed it.
Hold on, let me finish. That's why it's called indentured servitude as well, because it was their way of paying off debts and their way of making money and providing for their families.
That's correct. She's correct. Okay, but here's how I would change the way I would answer to an atheist, because they're deceptive and they're going to take every word you say and try to twist it to make you say something you didn't intend to say. Okay. It is servitude. Okay. But you want to also stress the fact that these individuals, you have not demonstrated that anyone in Leviticus 25 is being forced to serve against their will. You just have to keep stressing that, because they look at any type of servitude happening as forced servitude, because they're liberals. And if they didn't know anything about work, they don't know anything about work, but if they knew something about work, they know it's something that people usually don't want to do because they're liberals. Well, there was a time when people did enjoy work. And work is not something you have to be forced to do. It's something you're obligated to do. If you're a man, that is. But most liberals are not men, except for their women. Their women are men. Okay.
Later on in the New Testament, the New Covenant that we're in, you are not to enslave anyone. That's why it equates slave traders.
Okay. That is true. But in the Old Testament is where it explicitly says so. Okay. Don't fall into the trap of, because there's servitude in the Old and New Testament, by the way, because there's servitude and there are rules for servitude, that is equivalent to, tantamount to rules for slavery, rules for enslaving someone. They have to first demonstrate the enslavement of a human being in order to suggest these are rules for slavery, quote unquote. And which is why when I'm in these discussions, I don't even like to use the word slavery. I use the word servitude. That's good. Until they demonstrate when they won't be able to actual slavery, or what we would call slavery. And trust me, if you go that route, they will have no choice. Like Dr. Josh, a liberal scholar, he had no choice in our debate but to go to Deuteronomy 20. After I took that approach, you need to demonstrate that these people are here involuntarily. Not that they are working harder. Not that there are different rules for them because they're foreigners. But that one of those rules was you could be forced to work against your will because you're a foreigner. Not because you broke the law, not because you killed or murdered or stole or you're an enemy combatant, but because you're a foreigner. You could be enslaved, or you, part of coming to Israel or being in Israel is that you had to be a slave. That's what they need to demonstrate. If they can't demonstrate that, then they have no argument. They have no argument. And they know. And Dr. Josh knew that he could not demonstrate. He actually admitted he couldn't. And then he comes up with Deuteronomy 20, which starts out by saying, when you go to war, do this. So you go to the context of warfare now when you can't prove it in a civil society. In a civil society, Israelites are not kidnapping foreigners from other nations and taking them into Israel like Boko Haram. They're not doing that. There's no text for that anywhere in Scripture. Anywhere.
Hold on.
Wait,
It
where does it say
equates.
that?
Let me finish. It equates slave traders to murderers in the New Testament.
Did she say murderers? Yeah. 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 10. It puts slave traders on the same category as homosexuals. So if the Bible is against homosexuals, like you like to often say, it is also against slave traders.
Also Galatians, where it says
Paul literally says, obey your slaves, obey your masters.
I don't know.
Okay, I guarantee you that was the one verse they left in the slave Bible. Guarantee you that. I haven't looked this up. I do know Leviticus 25 is not there. I haven't gone through the whole thing. But I guarantee the Old Testament part. I've gone through most of the New Testament. I've gone through most of the Old Testament. But I guarantee you 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 10 is not there. Okay. But slaves obey your master is there. Why do you think they kept slave obey your master, but they took out the idea that slaves were just as bad as criminals, as murderers, schmurderers? She calls murderers. I guess that's for the algorithm. Why do you think they removed that passage? Because they didn't want you to read about how bad the Bible says they actually are. It's like common sense isn't so common here in the Black atheist community.
The Old Testament once again, and I just gave you.
Is Paul the Old Testament?
Atheists believe in a flame spaghetti fall.
Okay, atheists believe in anything that they're told. Okay. When Paul says slave obey your masters, again, you don't have evidence that Omisius, I think that's his name, was there because he was being put in chains and forced to be there. In Roman slavery, if you owed a debt, you were obligated to pay that debt by working. Second, this is Roman slavery, not something that is condoned in Scripture. Thirdly, Paul here is simply telling, he writes a letter to the slave master. And he says you should no longer treat him like a Roman slave. You should treat him like a brother because he's saved now. So the guy converts to Christianity. The slave converts to Christianity. Paul writes to his slave master and says, you need to treat him differently because he is now a brother in Christ. Okay. Again, treating someone differently because they're a citizen now or because they're a believer now is not evidence that I'm treating someone else badly. I don't let Christians borrow money from me. I give Christians money without expecting a return. I don't treat atheists the same. In fact, I charge them interest. Scripture supports that, by the way, in the Old Testament. Don't charge your brother interest. Okay? If an atheist borrows money, or if I don't know you, you're not a part of my church body or church family. Sure, you could be an atheist. You could be pretending to be a Christian, right? But if I don't know you, you're not borrowing. You're not getting any money out of me without some sort of written note or something where I can say, "Hey, this person owes me this money." We don't rock like that, like the kids would say. Same thing in Israel. There were advantages to being a citizen. There were advantages to being part of a group, whether a cult, whether it be Christianity or whether it be AARP. There are advantages. If you want the advantages, go get an AARP card. You have to be 55 per. I'm getting mine as soon as I turn 55. Okay, you have to be, there are qualifications. Okay, that's not to say that everyone under 55 that doesn't have an AARP card is a slave. You have to demonstrate the latter. Not suggest that because there are differences in the treatment of A as opposed to B, that B, therefore, is a slave or is forced to work against their will. Okay, let's see where this goes. I don't think much. Looks like he's still live. He's still alive. He won't come over here and click on the link.
Oh, I know.
Okay, you're changing the topic. Okay, we're going on.
You feel me? So okay, the conversation. We both have beliefs. You feel me? If you're atheist, you believe the government's God, then, and I'm fine
Tiffany,
with the government.
So in the Roman Empire, slavery was their economic and social system. So you know how like some people feel like they're a slave to their job? Hold on, they're a slave to their jobs or a slave to unfair government. It's because we low-key are. That's why I'm telling to you that
this is chattel slavery is different.
Hold on, sir. You need to understand.
Wrong. He has not one. Now, right there, what she's going to learn to do is let these idiots make positive claims. Don't cut them off. As soon as he made that positive claim, these are chattel slaves. Now he has to demonstrate that these are in fact chattel slaves. That when Paul writes to his brother and lets him know that the slave that he has is now a Christian, treat him like a brother. Don't treat him like a pagan, or treat him like a secularist would treat another secularist. Okay. You now have to demonstrate that this slave was a chattel slave. Because if this slave was a chattel slave, the question is, I think might be a debate within the community. But if it were a chattel slave, what would be the appropriate response from Paul biblically? Would Paul tell him to go back to that situation in which he's being kidnapped and being forced to work against his will? Or would Paul tell him to try to escape? Because this isn't right. More than likely that the text doesn't really communicate as to these types of nuances that I'm sort of bringing out here. Or was this a case in which the person owed debt and therefore had an obligation to pay back, and whereby Paul could say, hey, obey your master. The text again does not specify. So when he makes a positive claim, force him to demonstrate chattel slavery in this case. If he can't, then tell him to shut up, liberal. I would have stopped him. I would have said, I'm glad you cut me off with that positive claim, sir. Can you demonstrate that Paul is telling or teaching? And again, there are some Christians that would argue that even if this were the case of chattel slavery, he should go back. But I'm not one of those Christians. Okay. But again, the burden of proof is on the atheist who is making the positive claim. This is a chattel slave, meaning he was kidnapped and forced to be there against his will, forced to work against his will. Okay? Make him demonstrate that he won't be able to. She won't be able to from the text. Okay?
And what the Roman Empire was. So the Roman Empire, slavery was their form of work. That was how they kept their economy alive.
Okay, fine. Okay, so you're saying it's all right.
Jesus came back to do away with that, and that's why he said there's neither slave nor free.
Okay, so is Ephesians in the Old Testament or the?
All right, so this is a 20-year-old. All right. I know some of you are listening and pulling out your hair. Okay. This is a 20-year-old Christian. Okay. But again, the reason why people like this and Deconstruction Zone like to frequent these populations is because they know they're more than likely not going to encounter a Christian, an actual Christian apologist. This might be a Christian apologist in training. Okay. But that's why they like these scenarios. That's why he left YouTube. That's why he no longer has a StreamYard. Why not provide a StreamYard link and do your black atheist rant? Why only TikTokers can come on?
New Testament.
The New.
So why does Paul say, slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear?
That was written by a white man.
Sincerity of your heart, just as you obey Jesus Christ.
Okay, so it's saying to follow the law. That's why God
no slaves.
No.
Yeah,
Slaves obey their earthly masters with respect and fear and with sincerity of heart.
All right, so you remember he hasn't demonstrated. That's why it's important to establish up front. Now you're in a semantical musical chair game. Young Christian, whoever you are, if you're listening, I'm sure you don't even know what my channel is or where I am or who I am, but you're going to, unless you establish up front that there is a difference between a slave biblically and someone who is enslaved, forced to work. A slave is just a worker. So workers obey your boss. Okay? Workers obey your masters until they can demonstrate that the slave here is a chattel slave. They have no argument against Paul telling a slave, a worker, to obey their master. That's why it's important up front to force the liberal to define his or her terms. What is a slave? What is it? What does it mean to be purchased in the Old Testament? What does it mean to be owned in the Old Testament? Are any of those designations one that a person loses their rights or volition? And if so, can you demonstrate such? Stuck. They'll run to Deuteronomy 20 so fast. Stuck. They'll run to war with their tail between their legs. Well, the Bible talks about all this warfare and look, genocide. They'll change the topic. They'll run and hide. They won't be able to do what this atheist is doing right now. It says slave. It says slave. Obey your master. Slave. Told you.
Or just as you would obey Christ.
Yeah, so he was talking to the people that were in the Roman Empire that were slaves. So, like I thought said, it was abolished. Listen, it wasn't. It came later in the New Testament. We're in a specific part of the New Testament right now.
Okay, what part of the New Testament abolishes it? Show me.
Okay, hold on.
And again, we're not even arguing about abolishing or not. We're arguing if God did it, is it moral? You said
no. This is what it says. This is what it says. First Timothy 1:9-10. We also know that the law is made not for the righteous, but for lawbreakers and rebels, the ungodly and sinful, the unholy and irreligious, for those who unalive their fathers or mothers, for murderers, for the sexually immoral, for those practicing
Murderers.
for slave traders and liars and perjurers, and for whatever else is contrary to the sound doctrine.
Okay, are you done?
Perfect. Not only does First Timothy says this is compares, so puts them in the same category. She must have read a more contemporary version because homosexual is in there too. But I think they removed that not to offend, putting a homosexual and bestiality and slave trading all in the same category. Okay, but the most important part of that passage is the very last stanza, the last part of that passage where it says, all of these things are against sound doctrine, sound biblical teaching. Okay, so there you have slave trading is against sound biblical teaching. So, yes, someone can take the Bible and pervert it, but that is not sound biblical doctrine. Okay. Yes, someone can take 90% of the Bible, remove passages that talk about freeing slaves and that you should never make a slave or force someone. They can remove all those passages, but that's not sound biblical teaching. Whatever it is that they're teaching with 90% of the Bible haven't been removed, that's not sound. And no one would accept that if it were any other discipline. No one would accept 90% of Darwin being omitted. And now you start a school based on that 10% and say, I'm teaching Darwin. No, you're not. No, you're not.
The New Testament doesn't explicitly abolish slavery.
That's not. It's just
continuing with traders. Slave traders among some of the worst.
You don't have to trade slaves to have slaves. First off, let's get away.
You don't have to trade slaves to have slaves. Okay, this was her mistake. When you start out these conversations, you make them define what it means to be a slave in the ancient Near East. Okay? You don't have to have slaves. Wait, let me rewind that. This is 140. Let me rewind that. I don't want to misquote the liberal.
Do you believe that we should have a prison system? Do you believe the ungodly and sinful, the unholy and irreligious, for those who unalive their fathers and mothers?
It also puts atheists in the same category as people who kill the irreligious, those who don't believe in God. It puts them in the same category as slave traders and also people who kill their own parents. Ooh. They must hate that verse.
For murderers, for
the
sexually immoral, for those practicing, for slave traders and liars and perjurers, and for whatever else is contrary to the sound doctrine.
Perfect. Whatever else is contrary to sound teaching. It doesn't get any more explicit than that. What more do you want? An entire volume on slavery? The Bible is not about slavery. It says what it says about it. It says it's wrong. It puts the punishment at death in the law, in Exodus, in the Mosaic law. What else do you want the Bible to do? Create a whole series of roots, the ancient roots, and have Kobe there and not Kobe, Toby there and being whipped by a Babylonian? Like what more do you want the Bible to do?
Okay, are you you done?
Let my people go.
New Testament doesn't explicitly like abolish slavery.
That's not. It's just
it
condemning the
explicitly
traders.
lists slave traders among some of the worst.
You don't have to trade slaves to have slaves. First off,
You don't have to trade. You don't have to trade slaves to have slaves. Let me put that. What? You don't have to trade slaves. You don't have to trade slaves to have slaves. He probably thinks this is a good point. He probably thinks he's actually making a good point here. You don't have to trade slaves to have slaves. Okay. But what? Yeah. You can have in the biblical times. You could have a slave. Abraham had slaves. But what needs to be pointed out and what wasn't pointed out is the definition of a slave in scripture is someone who simply works for you. Okay. She didn't establish that up front, and now the atheist is running with their terms that they created themselves with definitions of terms that were made up and not found in scripture. So they propped up a false definition, a false straw man of slavery and what it actually entails. And now there's nothing she can do. She can try to go back and get the definitions of these terms straightened out. But at this point, they've already defined slave for you. Slave means someone who's forced to work, and that's all it means. That's all it ever meant, because that's what it means to them today. Ownership, owning someone being property, same difference, same thing. They're defining it as to what it means today. If you start out the conversation and force them to define these terms in the context in which they are written, which is an ancient Near Eastern context, Israel or Hebrew context, now they're forced to recognize that slave could mean a number of things. Slave could mean what it means to them today. That's one definition. It could also mean someone who volunteered to work, someone who traveled from another country, perhaps, and now wants to work in Israel to make money. That person was also considered an aved or a slave. Okay, so if you start out with definitions, this cannot happen. In fact, the conversation would have been over by now. The conversation would have been over by now because they cannot demonstrate, now knowing that slave could mean at least two things, forced and not forced. They won't be able to demonstrate the forced slave being condoned or being sanctioned. Gotta be careful with that word condoned too. They'll be able to show you the word slave all over the Bible. But because you haven't established a definition that they now have to go out and demonstrate from the text, all they have to do now is find the word slave and they win. Okay. Again, but this is a 20-year-old on TikTok. An apologist in training, I would say. But she's right to go to 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 10. Okay, that's another explicit passage in the Bible, which clearly says that slave trading is contrary to sound biblical doctrine, sound biblical teaching.
Let's get away. Let's get away with that. But you're trying to get away from the argument. You said God does not. Wait. You said, does God condone or allow slavery? You said he doesn't. It literally says, you literally admitted that he allowed slavery for idolaters and baby killers. You said, okay, unalivers. That's God condoning slavery. You said,
so in the prison system.
So a couple of things were not established in the beginning. So you see the atheist taking full advantage of that. The first thing was allowing them to use the word condone. which simply means allow. God allowed Joseph's brothers to sell their own brother into slavery. Okay, so God condones black atheism. So God condones many things. Sanction is the word you want. Because when you use sanction, now they have to find scripture. They actually have to find a text. They can't just find one word slavery and say, see, look, it says Abraham had a slave, therefore the Bible condones slavery. Okay, sanction. And then secondly, the definition of slave should have been established much sooner, because now they're just reaching into the scripture and finding the word slave, aved, even in the Old or the New Testament, doulos, and they're suggesting enslavement, forcing. This person had no say in the matter. Okay.
Prison
You
system.
must
Do you
not
support?
rule over your fellow
Do you believe that we
Israelite.
should have a prison system? Do you believe that we should have a prison system for criminals?
So I let you finish. You're not gonna let me finish.
Go ahead.
Listen. It says, and another thing, why do, even if you're saying Jesus, okay, idolaters to be enslaved, so why did he allow people to beat their slaves as well? Why did Jesus allow that?
So God was saying if your slave was going against your rule, that you were allowed.
All right. Nowhere in the scriptures does it say. Okay, so he's using the word allow. Again, there's nothing in scripture that sanctions the beating of another person or a slave simply because they're a slave. Beatings in the Old Testament, according to Deuteronomy 20, I believe, Deuteronomy 30, I believe, somewhere in Deuteronomy. But beatings in the Old Testament are sanctioned for those who break the law. So if a slave broke the law, he could be beaten. If a non-slave broke the law, he or she could be beaten. So there is no law that says you can beat a slave simply because he or she is a slave. Okay? Simply because they're a slave. So if the Bible mentions things about beating slaves, you can't pull that out of that immediate context, out of that motif in which corporal punishment was allowed. That's how they punished. They didn't have jails. Okay, so you can't rip that out and say, "See, you can beat slaves." Well, you can beat anyone that broke the law. Slaves were not special. They didn't have victimhood status where you couldn't put them in jail. If a group of teens, quote unquote, we know what that means when they say teens. Whenever they mention teens on the news, just because they come from a rough background doesn't mean they don't get the same punishment. So yes, slaves could be beaten. So could people who weren't slaves. The master could be beaten if he broke the law. Someone can report him or take him to the magistrate. If he rapes a woman, you think he's not going to get beaten? You think he's not going to be stoned to death because he's a master? Okay, so again, the atheist is making these wild assertions without any demonstration. Show me where it says this person here, where it's talking. Actually, the passage that they point to actually is to protect the slave. God understanding that the slave is in a more of a lowly position as far as authority is concerned, and he could be taken advantage of. Okay, so you had to compensate the slave, eye for an eye. If you hurt the slave's eye, you had to compensate for that eye. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. That's what text lexion, or I can't remember the exact phrase, and my mind is racing right now. But text lecciones, or I can't pronounce it, but it's eye for an eye, meaning if you do something to somebody else, whether they're a slave or not, that same thing could be happening to you, or you'd have to compensate for that eye, or that if you break the slave's foot, you had to compensate for that foot, or he had to be set free. Okay. It's not saying you can beat a slave. First of all, the passage starts out with the prepositional phrase if. If you beat a slave, then this is the punishment. You shall be punished. If you beat a slave. So that passage is not even condoning the beating of slaves. It's actually outlawing the beating of slaves, setting a punishment for the beating of a slave. Okay? Let's continue. This has gone off now to whereby because those things were not established up front, the atheist now has room to rampage now, right?
Them. So if these child sacrifices, if these child sacrifices, right, that we're getting enslaved, if these people decide to come together and try to break free, God was saying to get these people.
No.
Okay, not just child sacrifice. You keep only child sacrifices to make it work.
All right, God was not saying to get these people because now again, the war aspect of this relationship between the Israelites and the surrounding nations is not to be conflated with Leviticus 25. Okay, because in times where there weren't war, there were still foreigners coming from other nations. They weren't coming by force. They were nomadic travelers, or what we might call migrants. Okay.
No, he says any idolaters from the nations around you. A lot of those nations were not just child.
What do you think that they were doing for their? So do you not know about Moloch? That is literally the god. Do you not know about Moloch, who is literally the god of child sacrifice that they were worshiping?
Okay, ma'am, can I answer?
Have you read the whole Bible?
Okay, wait, can I answer? Not all the nations around them were doing child sacrifice. Some were simply just pagans.
Idolatry and do you know what paganism is, sir? Do you even know what you're talking about?
Paganism is by default child
sacrifice. Witchcraft.
No. Again,
boy, what you mean? No.
No, look. Paganism is not inherently child sacrifice. You don't have to be a child sacrificer to be a pagan. Okay,
I'm saying
you're implying all the people were child sacrificers. No,
yes, the ones that were considered foreigners
and
were the ones that were doing evil practices like idolatry or child sacrifice.
Then why were the children also made slaves for life? They weren't the pagans.
No, they were said. No, this is what it was. This is what it was saying. It was saying if these people, let me finish. It was saying if these people did not turn from their ways, then they would have to be kept like that for life.
Okay, ma'am. When the Europeans came to the West African coast, and most people were pagans and non-believers of any Abrahamic religion.
That's not true. Wait. That's not true. Christianity was in Ethiopia.
Ethiopia is all in East Africa. I'm Ethiopian. It was nowhere near West Africa.
Yes, it was.
If you let him finish, he's not interrupting you, but you keep interrupting him. Let him finish.
No, he keep interrupting her.
First off, please don't go into information. No, please don't go into.
You're giving false information as well, so let him speak.
Now let him talk.
Okay,
you don't have to yell. You don't have to yell.
Okay, don't go at her. Just okay. Leave it. Okay. First off, I'm Ethiopian, so I can get into African history. Ethiopian Orthodox came at 300 years after Jesus. That's when the Greek or whatever came.
Bro.
That's not true.
I'm Ethiopian.
Okay, I'm Ethiopian, but I know nothing about Ethiopian history. Tertullian's writings are 2nd century. Okay, so more than likely, scholars have concluded, therefore, more than likely Christianity was in Africa in the 1st century before Tertullian. Tertullian is a 2nd century theologian. Okay, he contributed to the development of the doctrine of the Trinity. So just because you don't have formal creeds popping up all over the place until about the 3rd or 4th century, and you have Athanasius, just because you don't have the formality, they make the same mistake when it comes to anything that regarding Christianity. They only do this with Christianity. You have to have an official creed for it to be officially the case, as if these people came in and just conjured up Christianity at this event. They didn't already have it on their mind, as growing up as kids. And They just came to these councils and just decided to cook this up right then and there, and then it spread to the masses. Bunch of idiots, man. Tertullian's writings on the Trinity are well documented. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. He's credited with creating the term Trinity. Oh God, like, please take some time to read early African Christianity. I'm going to put that in Ethiopia by Dr. Vince Bantu. Dr. Vince Bantu. Please take some time to read some work done by actual scholars rather than relying on these, TikTok atheist apologists to teach you about the history of the African people. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church maintains the tradition that Queen Sheba, mentioned in First Kings, had a son after her visit with King Solomon, where she says, "Hey, everybody's coming. The whole world's coming to see your temple, Solomon. What's going on here? Can I get a piece of this?" So Queen Sheba, mentioned in First Kings chapter 10, had a son. This is the tradition of the Ethiopian Orthodox. Okay, this is not some Protestant group. Okay, he had a son named Menelik, who became the first king of Ethiopia. Okay. Church tradition also holds that the eunuch of Candace, mentioned in Acts 8, Candace, of course, is a queen, an African queen, in Acts chapter 8. And there is the eunuch, her eunuch. Usually the eunuchs were men that were castrated, because the idea was, we don't want the workers getting the queen pregnant. Only the king, back they didn't have DNA tests back then. There was no Maury Povich to take her on that show and do a free DNA test. Okay. So the eunuch, the African eunuch, would usually be castrated. Church tradition holds that his name was Aksamat, and he was the first to preach the gospel in Ethiopia. So it is likely that Christianity, based on these traditions, based on these African traditions, that you obviously haven't read up on, even being someone from Ethiopia, born in Ethiopia, your parents are from Ethiopia, most likely. It's more than likely that Christianity first came to, according to their sources, according to their history, Ethiopia as early as the 1st century. Okay. 4th century, when you bring up the 4th century, you're looking at more so the creeds, where there was an established church hierarchy in Ethiopia. That wasn't the case even in Christianity. Now, Catholics are going to try to argue that Peter was a pope, and even in Christianity, you did not see these types of hierarchies. Paul considered himself the least of the apostles. All of the apostles were humble. They didn't say, "I'm the leader, everyone else should be under me," and then there could be someone under that person. And say, they didn't have that attitude. Okay, that didn't come until later. Okay, so sadly, the atheist only recognizes that Christianity as being officially Christianity when they officially develop that type of church hierarchy system. But Christianity, common sense dictates, had to exist before then. And then later it became established religion, quote unquote. Okay. Much more could be said on this. Again, I'm going to put a link to the history of Christianity in Africa. Dr. Vince Bantu. He sounds like American. So yeah, he's probably one of those Ethiopian, quote unquote, Ethiopian Americans who just has family from that region. His parents may not even be from that region, but he thinks he's an expert on Christianity and Ethiopia, but he's clearly not, as I just demonstrated.
Wait a minute. I know y'all hear my big ass mouth. I know y'all hear my big ass mouth. Good morning again.
Good morning again.
Tiffany, to be fair, you have to let people respond. You have to. Why are you talking? Hush. Anyway, you have to let people respond.
He's
Having
in
a
charge.
conversation is one person speaks, and then I agree. I wasn't trying to interrupt. I apologize. Tiffany, you do have to let them respond. You have.
Hey, brother Lionheart, brother Eric, how's it going? Good to see you. Link is pinned in the chat. If anyone wants to come in, have a conversation about anything that's on your mind. I'll probably be live for another half hour, maybe. Or maybe I'll make this a marathon. Maybe we'll review some more videos.
I've been speaking, right? I agree. Everyone, we have to give everyone the same respect. We are all adults, y'all. Come on. You're right, and I apologize. I apologize if I interrupted.
I can tell she's very passionate. That's why she's doing it.
And it's nothing wrong with that. I get that. I understand that. I get it. There's nothing wrong with that. At the same time, though, we just have to be respectful of one another. I agree. That is all I'm asking for. I agree, and I apologize. Thank you. It's all good. I get it. Listen, it's TikTok. We have these conversations. People care about things. I get that. But I do want everyone to have the equal opportunity. I shouldn't even use that word, but y'all get what I'm trying to say. I do want to let everybody speak. And I don't want anyone to feel like they're being silenced, but we do have to let people respond so that the conversation can continue. Okay? Right. Yep. I agree. And I apologize, Agnostic.
Thank you.
Ethiopia.
Okay. So I'm Ethiopian, okay? First off, the distance is extremely vast. West Africans were not Christians. Only Ethiopia was before colonization, and parts of North Africa, like
irrelevant factoid. So now he's going to suggest that, well, it wasn't the West Africans that were converted to Christianity. It was just the Ethiopians. Okay. And irrelevant factoid. And so later in the history of Africa, individuals came from Europe and kidnapped many on the west coast of Africa under the guise of Christianity, or maybe they weren't claiming to be Christians at all. Who knows? But that's the irrelevant factoid. Okay, so he's trying to argue, well, the people that are here, most of the people that are here are not from Ethiopia, they're from West Africa. And does that change the fact that Christianity was in the African continent since the 1st century? Yet you're arguing black people should be atheists, perhaps? Which was not found in Africa, may not even be found in Africa today. It's found nowhere. Literally. Nowhere. Black atheist? Ethiopia was never colonized. Yeah. Other countries were. So even if there were any semblance of Christianity, that could have been what you would consider whitewashed. It could have been erased, okay, and replaced with a false sense of Christianity, one that you still say is still Christian, right? But if someone were to take your book and take away 90% of it, and take away the passages in this case that all condemn slavery, you wouldn't consider that to be your book anymore. Okay, that just goes to show you how you're just a dishonest atheist who can't stay consistent in anything he believes or he or she believes or says or does.
The Coptics, all that. So most people in West Africa, okay, they believed in African spiritual gods, deities, whatever. So, according to the Bible verse, which you said, those people are the nations around them, pagans, and it says
That was for
your male and female are to come from them, the nations around you, and from them you may buy slaves, and then you can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly, basically fellow Abrahamic people.
But that was a specific command for a specific time.
Okay, but we're arguing, does God, no, wait, let me
finish.
finish. We're arguing, you said God does not condone slavery. This is
All right, looks like the host is away, and we'll be back soon. This is Black Atheist Rant channel. And, oh, there he is. There it is. Okay, we're back.
That you mentioned, right? That were being enslaved. They were being enslaved for a reason, because they were committing atrocities. That's why those specific people were enslaved. Now, fast forward to West Africa, right, where the Europeans
Is that for
came
everyone?
and enslaved my ancestors, right? That happened after the New Testament came. That came after. So that means, since we're in the New Testament, God is not calling for that. God is giving everybody a chance to do what they want to do.
It's the same past, present, and future, girl.
Hold up.
What I'm saying to you is that was a specific. Hold on, that was a specific command for a specific time.
That does not mean he didn't condone it.
Hold up.
So I'm saying that he put laws on the slavery of that time. So the slavery of that time in the Roman Empire. Hold on, the slavery of that time was already a thing. It was already an economic system.
I know.
So when God came and he put rules on this,
God was always around.
Radical. Hold on, it was considered radical because before then there was nobody putting rules on this stuff. There was nobody. Hold on. You're not letting me finish. There was nobody. Hold on. There was nobody saying, "Hey, it should only be people that are doing wrong that should be slaves for life." It wasn't regulated. So
only the people that were doing wrong.
Okay, stop.
Loves everyone. So your God should not be discriminatory, because your God claims to love everybody. So why is your God discriminating against a particular group?
So he warned those people. He warned.
Okay, I think she's getting confused. A lot of things confused. But again, this is a 20-year-old. Okay. Being a slave for life was still a choice, because the person that is to be a slave for life was not forced to be there in the first place. Okay, that's the first thing. So because that wasn't established, voluntary versus involuntary servitude, they can now go reach into that bag anytime during the conversation, anytime they see the word slave. They never demonstrated that the people in Leviticus 25 were coming by force. They may come from other nations around you. So because she didn't establish that in the beginning, they're now going back to that argument. Well, the Bible condones this because look, the Bible does condone work. It does condone servitude. It does condone paying your debts. When I say condone, I mean actually sanction, because condone is a bit vague. God allows everything. He's God. They all have different definitions of slavery. This is why it's important to establish the definitions of slavery in the beginning. This is why when I deal with the Matt Dillahunties, I force them. This is why they don't allow me on their shows. This is why when I call Matt Dillahunty, they try to find out who I am. I try to make up another name. They say, "Oh, you're the guy that hates women," and I get hanged up on. Okay, they don't want people who can actually force them to define their terms. And you see what happens when you don't force the atheist to define his or her terms. They're going to define slave as they believe it should be defined, and at the same time straw manning the scriptures, because the scriptures does not allow for you to enslave anyone, whether it be a Hebrew or non-Hebrew. it does allow you to have a slave who's simply someone who just works for you, what we would call a butler or a maid, but they would actually live in your household. You would actually adopt them as one of your own children, okay, if they were young enough. If not, you would be adopted as a brother or a sister. So you would become part of the family. Scholars call it adoption through manumission. So that's why Paul writes and says that is no longer a slave, that is your brother, because that person has been adopted into the family of God. Okay, so you don't treat them like a pagan. That's no indication that the pagan is treated in an inhumane way. Just because I treat Christians differently than I treat non-Christians, meaning if I loan you money, you don't have to pay me back if you're a Christian. Just because I treat them differently, that's no indication that I treat the non-Christian inhumanely. And I'm also not going to be a loan shark for the non-Christian, okay? I'm not going to charge you a bunch of interest. It's going to be fair. All right, I'm going to be fair with the non-Christian. I'm not going to treat them, but I'm not going to treat you the same as my brother or sister in Christ. In fact, members of my family don't get the same treatment. Blood related don't get the same treatment as a born again believer would. That's no indication that I'm forcing the non-family member to be a slave or treating them harshly or beating them to death. Okay, all of that has to be demonstrated from the text, not just assumed is the case because you see different treatment. And that's what the atheist was allowed to do here. They were allowed to assume slavery, enslavement, because there are people being treated differently and there are different rules for different types of people. Okay, I'm saying don't even allow them that opportunity. Establish up front what your definitions are. Establish that up front. What is a slave? What is a slave in scripture? Show them that your definitions are different than an ancient text would indicate. What is your definition of ownership? And what is the biblical definition of ownership? In the Bible, being owned by someone simply meant that you were given an opportunity to become rich, as we see in Leviticus 25, as we see in Eleazar. Eleazar was set up to inherit all of Abraham's wealth, all of it. All of it. If he had not a son by the name of Isaac, and we do know that he had that son, Isaac, okay? But if not, his slave, who was from Damascus, a foreign nation, a foreigner from another nation, who was born in the household of Abram. What does that mean? That means his parents were slaves. His parents were slaves in the household of Abram. Now, how they got there, the text doesn't say. But there's no indication as to whether or not they were forced to be there. Abraham went and gathered up some slaves, forced some people, kidnapped some small kids or small children, and then raised them as. There's no indication of that. None whatsoever. And if you're going to kidnap someone and force them to be a slave and work in your house, why would you therefore then inherit? Why would they therefore then have a chance to inherit all your wealth? It just stretches credulity beyond breaking point. But again, if you're not dealing with the definitions of these terms, you can easily get caught up. Let's see how long this continues. I'm kind of curious as to how this ends, this conversation. So I'm going to let it play to the end. But at this point, the young Christian here has gotten a little bit lost in the weeds because there were no definitions established up front. And now the atheists can jump in and out of different definitions as it suits their argument as they go along, as they make it up as they go along. But if it was someone like me or Veckel here, that the Orion, the is he a Presbyterian? The Anglican, Ryan, or someone who, or Smokey the Saint, they would never have even gotten to, it would have never have gotten to this point. Never.
Those people to stop doing what they were doing. He warned those people to stop committing child sacrifice. He warned those people to stop committing atrocities.
What they be doing on their own land?
They were
by the way,
the babies that you are talking about were being sacrificed by their parents.
Well, your God actually for babies to be annihilated. So I mean, I don't really understand where you're
what verse?
The babies to be annihilated? What? Oh boy. I don't want to now. I guess it's moving the goalposts to genocide now.
Everybody relax.
Oh, maybe she's talking about the firstborn and the Egyptian story. Maybe.
The host is speaking.
Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Where you going, boy?
No. I'm
driving. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, but I'm still trying to keep it going instead of just ending it. But Tiffany, you know there are verses in the New Testament that talk about slavery, and it's not condemning it.
Yes, and I'm telling you that is because it was a practice that was already put in.
That's false. First Timothy, she cited 1 Timothy chapter 1 verse 10. Okay, so you are, but you're going to go to slaves obey your master and say that it's not being condemned. All right, so either you have a contradiction in the Bible, where in one part it says it's condemned, and another it says it's not, because you are to obey, or the language that's being used you're not understanding. Slave trafficking, slave traders were people who kidnapped and forced people, even still today, to work. A slave was just someone who worked. So even within the scriptures, it is making a distinction between slave and slave trafficker. Today, we necessarily don't make that distinction. When we say slaver, when we say someone who has a slave, we automatically generally think of, slave trafficked. If someone came up to you and say, yeah, I was a slave for 3 years, the idea that they were working there on their own volition is not something that you would even fathom today. That's why it's important to establish definitions when you're dealing with a black atheist or any atheist, but especially the black atheists, because they love to bring up slavery and the Bible. Okay. It's important to establish definitions.
Place before the Bible ever came along, it was their economic system. So just like maybe years down the line, they will consider us slaves because we had to work and we had to pay debts to our government while our government doesn't pay back their debts. That's my point. Anything could be considered slavery. So
who created that economic
system? The prison system that we have that incarcerates people allows slavery.
That makes it right.
Slavery is still.
The devil allowed slavery.
Do you believe a person that commits a crime to go to prison?
They need to talk about on the lies that you're spilling out here. You're lying, Tiffany.
Yo,
I am not lying. What am I lying about?
You're lying.
Name one thing.
Y'all, when you listen, when you give a point, you have to give space so we can respond to what you're saying, because you're saying something that we gotta address, and then you keep talking past it. You gotta stay where you at so we can address that before you keep going. Right?
Go ahead.
Yes. I want to just make sure you understand where we at. So the people, our ancestors that were in Central and West Africa, they were not already Christian. That's the first thing. The second thing is that there were things that were in place before the Bible was created, and
Another irrelevant factoid. Oh God. So his people were not Ethiopian, therefore Christianity was not in Africa in the first century. So because your specific tribe was not Christian, but was that the argument? Was the argument that every tribe in Africa converted to Christianity? Was that the argument in the first place? No. Well, our people was from the west side, west coast of Africa. We didn't. We're not Ethiopians.
God didn't care about those things. He immediately, day one, flat out condemned them. For example, things like worshiping other gods. He said that you can't do that, period. I don't care what y'all been doing, you can't do that. When it come to slavery, he didn't have the same type of energy. So just because people had slaves or whatever before the Bible was written, that's not an excuse for why God didn't condemn it. When you look at how he
God did condemn it. She gave you a passage in the New Testament, and I'm going to give you one in the Old, Exodus 21:16. So God did condemn it, but you can continue to argue as though that isn't the case.
Other things that they was doing before the Bible was written, he didn't stop that stuff. So when it comes to slavery,
Can we talk about freedom? Sorry.
Hold up. He could have done more. He could have done more than he could have done more than just quote unquote like regulate it or like make up laws about it. He could have said don't.
He did say that. Exodus 21:16. He did say that. But you're not going to debate anyone on that topic. You're going to stay on TikTok where you belong.
Own other people as property.
Okay, so I look at it as this.
Tiffany, can I have a valid point real quick, Tiffany?
No.
Freedom of
no. I said no. Stop. Let her talk.
Oh.
Loyalty. Okay, you had the floor and you did nothing with the floor. Let her stand on her. She got it.
So in a system, right? But it's deeply embedded into our culture. It's the same thing back then. So slavery was looked at, so you know how there's different types. There was indentured servitude, and then there was the kind where you have to take the bad people and enslave them. Okay, so that system was still in place with laws put in place, so it didn't completely mess up the governmental system that was happening at that time. So that was their way of making money. So if you look at the Roman Empire, that was their way of keeping up their economy. Just like now, we have to work to keep up the economy. They take taxes out of our check to pay for prisoners and other stuff like that. It's the same.
You're making it sound like a job.
Yeah, Tiffany,
yeah, it was not.
Is indentured servitude not a job?
Slavery is not.
So, okay,
choice.
Okay, right there. So let's help her.
Some of them did choose to be slaves.
Tiffany, hold on.
So that's incorrect. I was just answering David. Go ahead.
I know. So David and agnostic.
Yeah, let me get in. First,
I got you. I'm trying.
Okay, go ahead.
So I didn't. Yeah, okay. So I had muted you just because there was a lot of noise. He had already understood the distinction, but I'm just gonna say it. Tiffany, there is both indentured servitude and chattel slavery in the Bible.
And I agree with that. I'm saying the chattel slavery was for the people that were committing atrocities. They were to be enslaved. So they didn't have police that they could call and say, hey, these people are committing child sacrifice.
She's partially correct, but again, as I said earlier, slavery was used as a punishment for crime, just like today. But as I said earlier, They brought up Leviticus 25. So I would not bring warfare into Leviticus 25 because it says nothing about war. It's a civil commercial context. If you read all of Leviticus 25, these are all voluntary business transactions that would normally occur in a civil society, not during wartime. Okay. So if you want to mention what happens during war, where people who are committing these atrocities are now taken captive and they are now enslaved because during the war they lost the war. So they are now considered to be booty, basically. That is a different situation. One that is still, we still make a distinction between that and Boko Haram just kidnapping people on the streets, or someone trafficking boys and girls, kidnapping them. We still make a distinction between the two. We don't consider when we go over to Afghanistan and we round up an entire village after destroying it and move it into some sort of facility and feed them 3 times a day. We don't call that slavery. Although we have taken humans captive. Okay. In fact, Geneva requires that they take captives because the idea was that we're responsible for that village because we have destroyed their infrastructure. We've blown up their tower, their water tower, whatever the case, whatever happened during the battle. Most of the men and the young men were killed in battle. So it's women and children left to fend for themselves. So Geneva requires the United States soldiers to capture the survivors, not for the sake of exploitation, not for the sake of exploitation. So whatever the case for the war is, you have to, if you're going to argue this is, so it's not about exploitation. Okay, the idea is not, we're not capturing these people to exploit them. All right, the idea was to, you're responsible for their well-being. So such was the case in Israel. So that's why I would prefer, if you're going to have these discussions, to try to establish that there is a difference, a distinction between the two. Otherwise, you're going to get into these back and forths where you're going to be talking past each other, and the atheist is looking at a passage that is referring to wartime, and you're looking at passages that are referring to civil conduct, how you should behave in a civil context. Normally, we don't put Japanese citizens in internment camps. Normally, we don't do that. That's not part of the United States civil law. Okay. That was something that was done specifically during wartime for a specific purpose or a specific concern that we were having during wartime. That is not the United States policy on the treatment of foreigners from Asia. Okay. So same thing was the case with Deuteronomy 20. Okay.
No, they had to take these people and gain control over them. They had to rule over them.
Wait. Stop.
All Africans committing an atrocity.
Hold on.
We're not talking about that, ma'am. We're not talking about that.
Hold up.
Okay, can I answer that? Because that's wrong.
Well, yeah, you can answer.
It's not wrong.
Just hold.
Okay.
Hold up. Wait. God damn it. Please, one at a time. So, Tiffany, those verses in the verses in Leviticus 25, 39 through 46, that is instructions on how to treat your fellow Israelites, and then instructions on how to treat the foreigners from the nations around you that are not Israelites. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be different. That means there's indentured servitude. The Israelite worked for you 7 years, he get to go free. And then there's also the slavery where you can pass them down as property to your children for life. Ain't no getting free. So there's a distinction, right?
Yes, and I'm not disagreeing with the distinction.
Both are condoned in the Bible.
No, I'm saying that at one point At one point, it was something. It was something that was allowed, but it was allowed for
So
a
it's
reason. So,
condoned
like
means
I
allowed.
said, hold on.
That's
Okay,
what
yeah.
Hold on.
I will say that, and eventually they moved away from it. That was never something that God created Himself. That was a government. That was a
God-
government. That was a
Leviticus
governmental.
25,
God
That was a
legislated it.
governmental institution.
Your God
Leviticus
condoned it. But
wait,
God said it
guys,
was
guys, can
acceptable.
I do?
Why can you
Hold
not
up,
deal
bro.
with that?
So,
Why can I not deal with what?
so
Hold up,
Your
Tiffany,
God said it
honest.
was acceptable in the Bible. That is what
No, He does not, man. You're
Honest,
talking about a
honest. Hold on,
specific
honest.
passage.
Hold on, Tiffany. Hold on, honest. Hold on, Tiffany. When you I'm trying to get. I want to make sure they get a chance to respond to what you just said. So before you go past it, and yeah. So the last thing you said was this was government. It came from the government. It didn't come from God.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Leviticus 25:34.
I got David. You go.
Sorry.
Then agnostic go, and then honest go.
I already read that. That doesn't disprove anything I
Yes,
said. But go ahead.
yes, but you agree that only only Israelites could basically work for slavery and be released, right? That's basically like if you buy a Hebrew servant, he has to serve you for 6 years, but the seventh he shall go free. Exodus 21:2. So you agree with that, right?
Yes, I'm saying that that's what happened. Yes.
Okay, and the foreigners got the short end of the stick, correct?
Yes, because the foreigners were committing atrocities. Yes. The people that were considered foreigners were committing atrocities.
Oh, can I step in?
Every foreigner was committing atrocities.
I'm not saying every single one. I'm saying their culture was doing that.
Okay, but
That's what I'm saying.
you're saying foreigners, so I feel like you need to be a little bit more
I'm
precise.
saying, but I said who was considered the foreigners. It was the people that were not going along with God's will.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I just looked further into. So it does not refer to only child sacrifices or anything. It says
I never said that.
God allows Israelites to purchase slaves from foreign nations, residents, aliens, of whoever.
Only you haven't demonstrated in this conversation or any that these individuals were taken by force. You're just going to assume that. And again, the Christian hasn't established any definitions of these terms. So now the atheist is just running away with the bag, basically, at this point.
Regardless of whether the individual was involved in child sacrifice. So it does not have to do with just child sacrifice, but pagans of other nations, from the fellows around them. Not all the nations around them were doing child sacrifice. Some were simply just not obviously.
Not all were doing child sacrifice, and you haven't demonstrated one that was taken by force against their will. You haven't demonstrated not one. So it doesn't matter if they were all doing child sacrifice or they weren't doing child sacrifice. You haven't established one being taken by force against his or her will.
Is considered witchcraft to God. That's my point.
So okay, fine. That's your point. Okay, wait. Now let me wait.
No, you good. I didn't want nobody to cut you off. You good? Go ahead.
Oh, perfect.
No, you good.
When Europeans came to West Africa and they seen pagan West Africans because they weren't Christians, Christianity hadn't arrived then, and took them to America. This involved your God is condoning this.
No, he's not, because that was a specific command. Hold on.
What happened during the Atlantic slave trade, had the Bible been respected by those individuals, would have never occurred. Okay. In fact, we can find Christians in America who actually read and studied the Bible and respected what it said regarding this issue and fought against, it's called the abolitionist movement, and fought against those so-called Christians who were ignoring verses. Christians ignore verses today. I can point you to false Christianity today. All you have to do is turn on TBN, let it play for a couple of hours. Once you get past Charles Stanley, everything else is false Christianity. There's still a little bit of Christianity in there. That
was a specific command for a specific time. So I can't take a specific command out of a Old Testament book, right?
Exodus 21:16 would have put every single European to death who kidnapped someone against their will, obviously, and forced them into servitude. Exodus 21:16 is explicit. They all would be put to death. Now, your law, liberal, in America that you established only puts these types of people in jail for 10 to 15 years, if that. If that. If they're a liberal, they probably get 5 years. If they're a Democrat, they probably don't serve any time. Biden can fill up a plane full of migrant little girls and send them to the White House, and nobody would blink an eye. No one would bat an eye. He actually did that, by the way. But that's another stream.
That was for a specific people to follow. It did not say, "Hey, white man, go to West Africa and slave these people."
I know. My
it
point
says,
is,
it says,
it's not
okay.
condemned.
So that's where the distinction is coming in at. And I'm also saying to you that when these Europeans came and enslaved my ancestors, that the New Testament was already in motion. And it says that you should treat your fellow neighbor with love and respect, regardless of what they believe.
Okay. But your New Testament, doesn't it state that Jesus said that he did not come to end it didn't come to end the old covenant, that he came to continue what was going on? Does it not state that somewhere in the Bible?
He didn't abolish the law.
So hun,
he didn't.
Slavery was not, but slavery was not something that God invented. So that's not considered part of the
He told them to buy.
No, he did it. No, okay,
guys.
He condoned it and told them to buy. You see, he's going back to the word play. He's going back to the semantics. Buying and selling in a Hebrew ancient context was a benefit and a service and a privilege whereby you could make money. The slave in Leviticus, the quote unquote slave in Leviticus 25 becomes rich. He becomes so rich that he starts buying Israelites and having the Israelites work for him. And this is a foreigner. Dum, dum, da-dum. This is an apologetic. This is a young apologist in training. Okay, that's what you'll find if you're lucky. If you get on TikTok, that's all you'll find. There's a reason why Black Atheist Rant packed up his YouTube bag, packed up his StreamYard bag after our 3-hour discussion, and he's now exclusively on TikTok.
Does not mean that he made it his law.
He did. You may buy the slaves from them. You may make them your property forever.
It was talking about a specific. Again,
it was a said he didn't make the law. But
it was a specific command to a specific command to a specific people, and the people.
Whoa, who do we have here? What's going on, Brother Beckel? Can you hear me?
Beans and cornbread. Beans and cornbread. I hope you don't mind. I thought I'd join you. Beans and cornbread. And I want to stop you from trying to fight against these good white folk. So
Beans and cornbread.
That's right.
How's it going, brother? How are you?
Good, man. It's got to be by God's grace and providence that I woke up and I catch you live on my day off. Because how often? Yeah? That is very rare.
Okay, you know what? I was going to shut it down, but since you're here, I might as well.
Yeah. Well, I won't be able to stay too long. So if you're getting ready to shut down, that's good.
No. I'll stay as long as you can, and then I'll shut it down when you got to go. That's perfect.
Okay, good.
That's perfect. So, man, have you been listening or?
No, I just popped in, saw that you're live, and I saw Black Atheist something. I was like, oh gosh, what is this?
Yeah, I don't know if you heard of this guy, Black Atheist Rants.
No, never heard of him. No.
Let me see. Here's a picture of him.
I saw the thumbnail. Okay, so is that him?
Yeah, that's him.
Okay, never heard of him. No.
Yeah,
man, he looked like he could be related to me. Yeah,
he black.
Yeah.
So Black Atheist Rant. Now, interestingly enough, I had a conversation with this guy. I don't know where it is. I don't know if it was probably on his channel or but I should have clipped it. I don't think I clipped it and saved it to my channel. What I should have, because that would be his last encounter on YouTube. I haven't seen him on YouTube since. He is now went and clustered himself amongst the 13 to 24-year-olds over there on TikTok.
Oh gosh.
He no longer has a stream. He doesn't do StreamYards. He now, if you want to join his stream, you have to join TikTok, which I refuse to do.
Yeah, I refuse to. I got a TikTok account, but when it comes to joining these streams with people challenging people's beliefs, I get really skeptical because I'm usually these people are really itchy with the finger of muting people and kicking them out and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Is that what this guy's like or no? What was your experience?
Well, he actually has a female running his channel pretty much, and every now and then she'll step in and say and stop everything and say up and start muting, and you need to do this, you need to do that, and he listens to his mommy, so his mother tells him what to do still.
Oh boy.
So yeah, he's one of those types of men. But anyway, the discussion was on slavery, of course. So I had to, because I couldn't participate, I had to do a response. So I said,
"Are you blocked or banned?"
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. So after our conversation, I wanted to have further discussions, and he just kept avoiding me. So I said something in the chat about him being a coward, and then next thing I know, I was blocked. So, but I went on today and I used my sock account, and he told me that it was live on TikTok, and I said, what? I said, well, what happened to StreamYards? And he didn't respond. But he realizes that he's going to get someone like myself more than likely if he stays on StreamYard.
Right.
You're on TikTok now. The young lady that he was interacting with was pretty good. I believe she did a great job. There were some things that I would change, just having experience with this topic with the atheists, and I know what they're trying to do with this, especially with the words and the semantical games that they play with the word purchase, buy, ownership,
right,
slave. Even the word slave, different has a semantical range of meaning. But because she didn't establish that up front, they're just basically running roughshod over her, unfortunately, over her argument. But I stopped it. I think it's pretty much they're trying to move over to genocide now. But if you still want to continue to review it, I mean, I can. But
yeah, it's up to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just now popping in, so I do. I haven't really gotten a grasp of who's saying what yet. So
yeah,
but I definitely would like to respond to something.
Okay. Let me see if I can find the timestamp where I left off.
Okay.
She was making some decent arguments. She brought up 1 Timothy 1:10. Most Christians don't even know about that verse, where it puts slave traders on the same level as people who murder their own parents. So that's not saying, and it also says that it goes against sound teaching, sound doctrine.
Wait, you said 1 Timothy 1:10? You said
Timothy chapter 1 verse 10.
Yeah, for whoremongers, for them that defile themselves with mankind. Oh, yeah, right. For men stealers, for liars, for perjured persons, and if there be any other thing that is contrary to sound doctrine.
Right.
Yeah.
So it is saying that man stealing, or what we would call slave trafficking, is contrary.
Right. That's right.
The Bible can't condone or can't. And also, I mentioned the word condone. Don't use it when you're in these discussions. Because remember, the atheist loves to play semantical games because the word condone simply means allow. The God of the Bible condones black atheists. He allows a lot of things that shouldn't be, that it goes against his will, his nature, etc. Right. So when you're in these, that was her first mistake. When you're in these discussions, do not use the word condone, or don't allow the atheist to start a debate with you about what the God of the Bible condones. Because I'll quickly say he condones you to say he doesn't even exist.
Yeah, that's just one of their tactics that they have to use to obfuscate, to get you away from putting to closure the one point that they're trying to argue, because they know that when you have a good point against their position, or at least one of their points, and they know that they don't have a decent response, they then want to try to elongate the conversation by breaking off into different subjects. Oh well, what does this word mean? And then that turns into another completely different conversation.
Oh yeah, they'll bring up genocide, and then what's their favorite?
So wait, so let me ask. So
yeah,
it says black people should not be Christian, and let me get
right.
Most of this argument comes from the issue of slavery being condoned in the Bible, right? Is that am I correct?
Exactly right.
Okay.
But I guess we should be atheists, right? I mean, black people should be atheists.
Right.
They're like, wait a minute, we should be atheists. I made this argument earlier, but I don't think he was listening. I could go back and find Christian roots in the first century in Africa and Ethiopia. Where are atheists in Africa? Are there even if you're going to try to say that Christianity is the white man's, we'll not call it a religion because they'll argue atheism not a religion, ho 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 ho, and they're discussing, ho ho ho. So we'll say an ideology. If the idea of Christianity is European, then what is atheism? Is that not? Is that not?
That's a good point.
Is that not derived from Europeans, or at least popularized by Europeans? Maybe it didn't start with them, but
right.
Greeks, the
That's
Greek
a very good point.
philosophers, perhaps.
Yeah, you can tell these guys haven't done their research on the issue of the origins of the church after the resurrection of Christ. Because if people would have, I've done a little bit of study on this, but I've heard that even at the Council of Nicaea, there was hardly a white face there at the council. The majority of people that were defending the Trinity were non-white people. People that were defending the tenets of Christianity were non-white people who had previously suffered the persecution of and then even there was a story about that I heard. I got to look into it, about Africans, non-white people going to Europe and bringing the gospel over there.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Dr. Vince Bantu, have you heard of him?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Dr. Vince Bantu, I think he's part of Jude 3, but I don't know. I'm not sure, but I know he wrote an article on the roots of Christianity, the multi-ethnic roots of Christianity. And then he mentions Ethiopia, and he mentions the eunuch. Did you know that tradition in Ethiopian Orthodoxy has the name of that eunuch?
Oh wow!
Yes, they have his name, and they kept records of all of his. He became the first king of Ethiopia. His son.
Oh wow!
Yes,
the Ethiopian eunuch became the first king of Ethiopia.
His son became the first. Yeah.
Oh wow! I didn't know that.
The church, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, maintains that tradition to this day. The Queen of Sheba, mentioned in First Kings. No, I'm confusing that with the Acts 8. But the Ethiopian Orthodox Church mentions that the Queen of Sheba, after her visit with King Solomon, had a son, and
that I've heard. Yeah,
her son became the first king of Ethiopia. But the church also holds that the eunuch of Candace, mentioned in Acts 8, was a man by the name of Oxaman. And he was the first to preach the gospel in Ethiopia. So they kept his legend, or kept his name in their records. So obviously that was important to them, as him being the first to preach the gospel. So that's still in their records to this day. What the Bible says about the Ethiopian eunuch in Acts 8, and what the Bible says about Queen Sheba's son. So the Bible is rich with history, with when it comes to when it comes to Africa. But then they go argue, well, those aren't the Africans that came over to America. We're from the west coast of Africa. What does that got to do with anything? Oh, because you're not Ethiopian, that means you can't be a Christian. Like, what? The fact of the matter is that Christianity has a deep roots in Africa, not atheism.
Yeah, look at what Mr. Nice says on the side chat. He says, if God made a religion for a specific race of people, it would clearly state it in the Bible. That's absolutely correct. And that's the problem with a lot of these atheists, particularly the black atheists, because, you know, if you say black atheist, it's automatically equivalent to an argument, an individual who holds that Christianity is a white man's religion. It's usually the case whenever you encounter a black atheist, because they always want to argue about the issue of slavery. They don't want to argue about the deity of Christ or whether or not God actually exists. You know, it's usually one of two things. It's usually either the Council of Nicaea or, you know, slavery. Those are usually the two topics. But yeah, just like Mr. Nice said here on the side chat, you know, if he would have done his research and saw, as you know, you've done more research on this than I have, obviously, but I've touched on it a little bit, and anybody could find information about how Christianity was brought to Europe much later by non-white people. Okay,
that's right,
and that's why when you have these white missionaries going over to places in Africa, different parts of Africa, to bring the gospel, you hear stories about them already knowing about a man named Christ.
Wow.
You know, before, you know, when they got there, you know,
yeah.
And that's a whole other subject there. Yeah.
People like this are not only biblically illiterate, they're also historically illiterate.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean, these are young TikTokers. This is what they do for a living. They sit on their butts all day watching videos. I mean, and don't get me wrong, man. TikTok can be very addicting, man. You got some of these videos that are only maybe 30 seconds long.
Yeah.
And then you swipe to the next one, and then to the next thing you know, you spent like a good hour watching nothing but short videos. And it could ensnare you, man, really, really quickly. But these guys are in my opinion, completely overcome by this world, and so now they want to be a part of it, and they just sit on their butts. They don't even want to do any real type of research, even though we have access to AI stuff that can cheat and help them find this stuff.
Yeah,
for them.
Right. You would think they wouldn't have any issues, but
right. But you know they don't do that, right? Because even if we were to go to ChatGPT right now, I guarantee you that it would be on that the information that will pop up will be solidifying what we're saying against their arguments. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, they won't. They too lazy to do that.
But yeah, and then they select what information they're going to go with. They're going to run with.
Right.
But Tertullian is a 2nd century theologian. I mentioned this earlier. They talk about the Trinity and where it came from, the white man this, the white man that. Who was the one who coined the term Trinity? Tertullian.
Tertullian, right? Yeah.
An African.
Yep.
An African. Like,
well, wait a minute, JiL. He wasn't really African. He was one of those light-skinned brothers. You know,
he was one of those light-skinned brothers.
He was octoroon. You know, he was a mulatto. He was mixed. So that was the white side coming out of him. Man.
His mother has some European ancestry, I guess. I don't know. Like,
I don't know. I'm joking. I know nothing about what he said, but he was African. I do know that, right?
Yeah,
he wasn't South African like Elon Musk type of African.
Right. He's African American, I guess, right?
African. Right. He's African American.
He's African Greek.
Man.
Well, he was the earliest historical reference, which should indicate and indicates to most historians that Christianity has been around much longer. You know,
Yep.
you got the Trinity being preached, the concept of the Trinity. Uh, it's one in substance, but existing in three distinct persons: Father, Son, Holy Spirit. I mean, he's credited with coining that term. So where did they get off talking about the Council of Nicaea and some Europeans? Like,
just something, growing up in the hood, whenever I came across one of these black liberation people, like the conscience guys, the 5%ers, whatever, that's usually like 9.5% of the time, that's usually the argument that you find yourself involved in when you're encountering one of these guys. It's always the Council of Nicaea. Christianity is the white man's religion, and it started in the Council of Nicaea, 325 AD. Then they bring up, they practice the art of syncretism, or parallelism rather, and compare Christianity to the previous religions. We've heard these arguments over and over again. In my experience, it's been very rare that I've heard them bring up the issue of slavery. I didn't hear the argument of slavery until actually the advent of the internet. That's when I started hearing a lot of people talk about it. But outside the internet, people usually bring up the issue of the Council of Nicaea and previous religions prior to Christianity and stuff like that. So
I said Greek. I meant Roman African.
Roman African. Oh, who's that? Athanasius?
Tertullian.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Athanasius came later. Yeah, Athanasius is another one.
Right. He's another one. Right. Yep.
Their fight was against Gnostics, not against the white man or the black man. It's just nonsense. Like, get over yourself.
It's for God loved niggas that he gave his only begotten son, that whoever is a nigga that believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting non-white skin. That's Jerome 3:16.
Let me play the. I don't even know if I went, because I went back to get his picture, so I don't even know if I probably rewinded it to something I've already heard, but that's okay.
But wait, loyalty. Loyalty. Stop.
Hey, show me evidence that Jesus is real. I'll shut the fuck up.
Okay. So your argument would have to be that the Old Testament.
Show me evidence.
The Old Testament. I'm about to tell you if you would stop interrupting me. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question.
Answer the question.
That's his mother talking, the moderator.
That's his mother?
No,
I thought you. Oh, okay.
I call her his mother because she runs the channel.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I was laughing because I thought you were serious.
I think I fast forwarded past the slavery topic. It looks like, but let me try to see if I can rewind.
On belief in Christ, but because of what the Bible says.
I'm telling you that you're
and nor
basing
have you
a
allowed
belief on a
me
man that is
like
Hercules. Look, if you want to follow Hercules for no reason, that's on you. You want to follow King Arthur for no reason, that's on you.
Okay,
that's her. I'm glad I'm to this point, because with that so they're past the slavery part. It looks like they're past the slavery argument, and now you're getting one of those people you were talking about earlier. The typical, you're worshiping King Arthur, you're worshiping Hercules. You get that sort of synchronistic type of approach to history, when only one or two historians probably in the entirety of that discipline even support that notion.
Right.
You know what I mean by synchronism or syncretism. What is it called?
Yeah, syncretism.
Syncretism. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just
for the audience, would you mind?
Yeah.
What do you say?
You go ahead. Go ahead and explain, because I heard you speak on it.
Yeah, basically, from what I understand, syncretism is the attempted, connection or reconciliation of two different or opposing beliefs, principles, practices, and stuff like that. And one of the ways that's practiced is by looking for similarities, looking for things that seem similar. So, in other words, we've all heard this before. Jesus came from Krishna. Krishna came from came out before Christianity. And why is Jesus Christ from Krishna? Because of the Christ sound you hear in Krishna, that kind of thing. Yeah, and that's just one example. You also think about, Horus, Osiris. They were born of a virgin allegedly, or they weren't brought into this world via natural, conception between human beings. There was something magical that brought them forth, and all this other stuff. But if everybody do the research, you'll see that half of these stories that have been put out there by these so-called scholars and people who argue against Christianity, they're looking at material from these religions. Yes, they did exist before Christianity. However, even after the advent of Christianity, these stories still existed, but they were changed as well. There were different versions of these stories that came out after the advent of Christianity. And it's those stories here, those versions of the stories, that sound closer to what you see in the Christian tenets and stuff like that. So you go to a version of Osiris before Christianity, the origin of that character slightly different than the later version of it. So the later version of it sounds more like Christianity. And that's what people are doing whenever they argue against Christianity by looking at syncretism. They're looking at the latter version of these mystery religions instead of looking at the ones prior. And then, of course, that's by itself is an argument that's terrible in and of itself. But that's what most likely they're doing. They're looking at the latter versions of these mystery religions. Yeah.
Yeah, they're basically taking the redacted version, the ones that were created later and patterned after Christianity, and suggesting that they preceded, or came about alongside Christianity.
Hey,
that's what most of them are doing.
Yeah. And my argument is always this, one of the main problems with the syncretism argument is the fact that they immediately come and dwell on this conclusion that, only prove, but all it does is prove their bias and their prejudice on the matter. The one using this type of argument, in my opinion, can only assume plagiarism or copycatting is taking place. The one raising that argument, they don't have a valid means to prove that the authors of the Old or the New Testament were, inspired to copy the elements from these previous religions. It's just a stupid argument. That's, and while there are some areas that could be asserted as similarities amongst these stories in the Bible and these previous religions, I just simply say this too. Another possibility could be that both what's told in the Bible and what's described in the mystery religions are true, but told from different perspectives, just as we see in the four Gospels. So, for example, is it possible that, you take the flood for example, the flood story, and I know your view, you hold the local view, I hold the worldwide view.
I actually,
you don't take the local flood?
I actually believe that the entire planet is already 70% water. So all God had to do was rise the floodwaters in the land, in the areas that contain people or land.
Okay. So, but you've heard the argument about there being at least well over 300 different cultural stories about that one incident, right? That one situation, right?
Yeah, because people spread out and they took, as they developed religion, quote unquote, and they began worshiping, as Paul explains, things, beasts of the field and fowl of the air and the weather and the sun, and they developed these stories and to the point where they included a bunch of capricious gods fighting over each other for supremacy. So that happened as a result of the flood. I believe that the flood also entailed not just water, but also major seismic activity. I believe all of the earth, all of the land part of earth was all one Pangea, it's called.
I believe that too, yeah.
And the flood is what separated everything.
Right. But just taking the story in and of itself and how it got around the world, the fact of the matter is that you have all these different cultures, different languages, different areas that are talking about that believe the same event.
Right.
Now,
Yeah.
20% of it is different. Obviously, you got some people with less people on the boat. Obviously, the boat's shaped differently in different cultures and different areas. But they all talk about the one general thing. There was a massive flood. There was a boat. There were people on it, and the other people drowned.
Basically, right.
That's basically what you're going to see. The similarity, the similarities between these different cultures.
So Moses is peeking over at Imhotep's writings while he's during the test, and that's how he got the same story. They were sitting in class together.
Right. But see, even if that were true, right? Again, it does. You're talking about universal truths, wisdom that different cultures will share. But that doesn't mean that there was some plagiarism going on. I mean, a deist and a theist could both say that God exists. But do they worship the same God? No, obviously. You got that guy William Freeman, for example. He's always trying to thinks this guy was killing me. He thought he had some one up on Smokey yesterday in Dave's room yesterday. It's just making me laugh. He thought he was clever using this big old, trying to use some fancy argumentation. It wasn't working. I was listening to it while I was at work, and he was just failing miserably and trying to defend his own position.
Oh, did he learn some new words, or what was he saying? What was he arguing? I'm curious now. I gotta go check it out now.
He wasn't using any big words, really. It was just him, just kind of, he's throwing a challenge to Smokey. Smokey would ask him, "Well, wait a minute, what do you mean by this word here?" And every time Smokey would ask for clarification, he was just coming at him with more, discombobulated argumentation where he didn't really want to settle down on one point. And so he just kept making all these weird rabbit trails instead of just settling in on one point. And then after he leaves, you see that Smokey he doesn't say exactly the words that I'm saying, but that's pretty much the same conclusion that he came to. Like, so you can't really pinpoint what this guy believes, but he claims to be a theist. Okay, so that's a good starting point there. And I think, again, that's where a lot of these bringing it back to the black atheists, hold on a second. Yes.
Oh, he's a theist now. I didn't know he changed to a theist.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I thought William Freeman was a pantheist. Now he's a theist. How about this? You're confused, William. How about that?
My bad, OG.
I mean, if you ain't a Christian, you're not a Christian, are you?
No.
Thank God.
So you think black people should not be Christians? Yes or no?
I think "should not be" is a very, very interesting term to use.
Should not be.
I don't think black people
the same way. I'm sorry.
No, continue.
I'm sorry.
No, continue.
What do you mean? What you said should not be is what?
The prompt says black people should not be Christian.
Should not practice, should not adhere to, should not respect, should not.
Why?
Okay, what's this?
Can I do it?
That's a great question.
Can I do it?
That's a great question. Let your mother answer for you.
Yeah, can I do it? We can all do it. We can all do it. Can I do it? We can all do it. We can all do it. I don't
Go ahead.
He 19 now, y'all. He 19. 19.
Okay.
All right, so we had a 19-year-old, we had a 20-year-old, and now we have a 19-year-old. Here, this grown woman approaching 60 is going to talk down to a 20-year-old and a 19-year-old. The black atheist rant. 19 and 20-year-olds. Here, this man is approaching 40. He looks like he's in his 30s. He could be younger. But he looks like he's in his 30s at least. Come back to StreamYard's black atheist.
Go ahead.
It's okay.
All right. Let me do this. Okay. When they brought the black woman and the black man over to the United
Okay, first thing is whenever they start ranting about someone coming over from Africa, stop them right there and says, how is that relevant to whether or not a black person should be a Christian? Christianity did not begin with us coming over here, quote unquote us. Some of us were already here, by the way. In fact, there are records that are being found that were suppressed that demonstrate that Africans came over here by ship long before Columbus and the Mayflower. So Africans, not people who came through the Bering Strait. I'm talking about over the Atlantic, not over the Bering Strait into Alaska, etc. There is evidence now. They're saying, again, I'm probably should go research this because this was probably a TikTok video. Speaking of TikTok, but they're saying now that we have found evidence that black Africans were here. How they got over here, I don't know, but they were here before Columbus. So when you're dealing with somebody like this, don't let them start your history, Christian history, with blacks being taken from West Africa and brought here by Europeans. That is not the beginning of our history. Yeah, that's part of our history as far as Christianity is concerned. But that's not the beginning of Christianity when it comes to Africa. As we discussed earlier, Christianity has been in Africa for at least 300 years before the Council of Nicaea, and almost 1,000 years, 2,000 years before Europeans came to the west coast of Africa with their version of Christianity.
States, one of the very first things that they did, besides breaking us up, stealing our children, killing us off, is they
what does this have to do with blacks not being Christians? See, I would get accused of cutting you off because you're bringing up irrelevant factoids, like most liberals. This is why you vote Kamala Harris. This is why you vote Joe Biden. Because irrelevant factoids to you is information that's relevant.
Decided to enter our bodies. One of the most sickening aspects of these religions, Abrahamic, is that the prize is me. Prize is me.
You said
I'm
me?
the prize.
Oh,
not
you're
just you're
the prize. Okay.
But a non-believing woman. As a matter of fact, Christians are told to come to me, and almost every single Christian that tries to recruit me thinks the message is found between my legs.
What? What does this have to do with blacks not being Christian? What are you talking about, lady? Where's Vecco? Do you hear this? Vecco's still out. He's still away. He had to step away. What is this woman talking about? I'm the prize of Christianity. What? We are the prize of Christianity. What are you talking? Black people are the prize of Christian. What is she trying to say? I don't know. Let's give her a chance here.
Gift to the world.
This is the so-called the smart one on your channel. This is the one with the wisdom, the one you give all the control and power to. Black man. Oh, God.
Enslavement, grape, resource stealing, and let's be clear, why are black people Christians?
So that's a better question.
I can answer that if you'd like.
Hold up. Wait.
No. Do not let. Why is she changing the question? How black people became Christians has nothing to do with why black people should not be Christians. Let me give you an analogy to demonstrate that logic. Or I'll say it this way. It doesn't follow logically that black people should not be Christians because many of them were forced to be Christians. Okay, that's a non sequitur. There's a reason why you stay on TikTok, lady. Lady, whatever your name is. It's a reason why, because you're only going to encounter 10 to 20-year-olds there. Just because it doesn't follow logically, it's called a non sequitur, that Christians should not be something because some of us were forced to be that thing hundreds of years ago. Christianity can still be true. It can still be for black people, even if some people were forced to be Christians in the past, even if you can point to several instances of people being forced, quote unquote, forced. And I'm using forced there, obviously. Many were indoctrinated, someone like herself would say. They were indoctrinated into being Christians. So I can point to many who were indoctrinated. I can point to you being indoctrinated into a certain ideology. Okay. So because many atheists are indoctrinated, that means we shouldn't be atheists. So I can point to atheists who have indoctrinated entire groups of people, having them believe that blonde hair and blue eyes was actually what God entailed when he created, and that is actually the pure race, right? These are atheists like Stalin or Lenin or Hitler. They argued that. So because I can find that in blacks shouldn't be atheists, well, blacks should be atheists for many reasons, but that doesn't follow. Okay. Tell us why black people should not be Christian. That's what you were charged to do.
And ask you, King James. We're talking to David. It's not your turn.
Yeah, it's not
We're
your
talking
turn.
to David.
We're coming to you.
It's not your turn, Ken.
Go ahead.
It's not your turn, Ken. Listen to your mother. It's not your turn.
Ken James, it's not your turn.
Listen to Auntie. Auntie knows best. Maxine Waters knows best.
It's not your turn. I got it. Mute up. Mute up. I got it. Mute up. Mute up.
Okay.
Yeah, mute him. Do as I say. Man, we need to have a man camp for this guy, let alone teaching him how to read the Bible.
David, she asked you a question.
What was the question?
Oh my!
Why are black people Christians? Yeah, I don't get this.
Okay, so going based on what you said, it would have to be because the white men kind of like brought us here.
I'm back.
Think about it. The black people.
Oh, you missed it. Why? So his mama came back, took over the channel.
Okay.
Mama Dukes. Auntie Maxine Waters. Auntie came back. And now she's asking the question, why are blacks Christians, or Christians, why are black people Christians? So I mentioned that when she said why they shouldn't be, she starts with the transatlantic slave trade.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Which is a non sequitur.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with being a Christian? Because these people, as you mentioned earlier, they start the history of Christianity with them, with their skin, with their ancestry.
That's right.
Christianity didn't start with Aunt Jemima. Okay.
Right. Yeah, Christianity's false. Why? Because I'm black. Yeah.
They're so self-centered and arrogant.
It is.
To think to try to encapsulate Christianity into what they read in the history books about blacks being on the west coast of Africa, mind you. Africa is a big continent. Okay. In fact, it's bigger than how it appears on most maps. So, part of their, they argue white supremacy made Africa smaller. Okay, I'll give you that one. But it's actually bigger than as it appears on the map. They make it smaller than it actually appears in scale, of course. But
to appeal to emotion, basically.
Yeah, but the West Africans are not the only Africans in Africa.
Right.
And Christianity's been around longer before Europeans came to Africa. In fact, we know that because they came to Africa with Christianity. So, but why did they start Christians' history, the history of Christianity with
because
Africa?
the liberal mindset is all your feelings over facts, and that's their issue. It's all it's all about feelings. It's all about emotions.
Yeah, and I have writings from Ethiopia. Well, Ethiopia is not Africa. Only West Africa is Africa. That's too close to the white man. That's too up north. That's too north. That's too up north. That's like what?
I've heard that the term Ethiopian actually means burnt face. So I don't know. I have to look more into it, but I've heard that somewhere.
Well, they're not black enough, I guess. I don't know.
Even though a lot of Ethiopians are darker than me, but yeah,
dark as purple.
Oh yeah,
like purple dark,
like purple black.
Like
that's right.
What more? How more black can you get?
I saw a kid yesterday who was like blickety black. That's like
blickety black.
Yeah,
yeah. Like, I mean, oh, it's not West Africa. Let's start with West Africa and work our way forward. And that's going to give us the history of Christianity and black people. Yeah. Like, this woman would get torn to shreds if she dared step out of her comfort zone over there on TikTok.
Absolutely.
And her son over here, this guy we're looking at right here.
Yeah.
A prodigal son.
We know what they're going to do after they're done with their stream. They're going to, turn it off and go play a video game. They're not going to do any research. They're not going to study this stuff that they're arguing against. So yeah.
Let's continue.
That were enslaved, their children are still here, still believing the same shit. And guess what? Jesus isn't real.
I like that.
All right. So we have some claims that she's not going to back up. She didn't back up anything. She doesn't back up anything she says. She just has these monikers, these terms that she just throws out there. Jesus isn't real.
They always do that. See, and again, this goes right back. See, Christians, I say this to Christians all the time. If you're going to choose to get into environments where you're arguing against an atheist, please don't fall into the hot seat trap. What do I mean? This is a very common tactic that most atheists use in order to force the Christian to be the one doing all of the question answering. But yet the atheist is never obligated to answer any of their questions, to answer any of the Christians' questions or to defend their position. They try to put us in this position where we automatically have the onus on us by default because we're the theists. We're the ones saying that Christ existed and he is the Messiah, so on and so forth. So therefore, every argument that we have with an atheist is always us playing defense. And I say that's false. I say anybody who's making a positive claim, no matter what side you're on, you have the onus on you to validate and substantiate that claim. So so this woman who's saying Jesus does not exist, guess what she's going to do next? Even though I haven't saw this video, she's now going to say, what the Christian's going to say, how do you know Jesus doesn't exist? And then she's going to say, well, prove to me that he exists. No. It doesn't work that way. You made a positive claim.
Exactly.
And now you have to prove it. You don't, just because you're taking the negative, that doesn't mean that it's not a positive claim. It's a positive claim, even though she's taking the negative.
It's so hard to get them to make a positive claim. Whenever they make one, pounce.
Yes, don't let these people off the hook.
You got to pounce because they're so afraid. They're so much afraid of us to debate us honestly that they won't even make a positive claim anymore. They've even changed the definition of their religion to exclude them from making a positive claim. I have a lack of faith in God. That's the definition of atheism today.
Yeah, right.
They even retooled their own religion, the title You'll never see Christians doing that. Christianity means follower of Christ.
Right.
And it will always mean follower of Christ. Atheism changed the definition of atheism.
They sure did.
In order not to make a positive claim. Why? To avoid what you just described. Yep. They cannot demonstrate. They can make the claim, but they cannot demonstrate. So whenever they make a positive claim, I would have pounced on it, but she's sometimes they'll make a positive claim about something unrelated because they don't want to deal with the first claim. So they'll make a claim and then make another positive claim to smoke screen or to a red herring, it's called, to distract you.
Yep.
So she's supposed to be demonstrating why blacks should not be Christians. Then she said, well, because Jesus doesn't exist. So now you're going to be saying, your mind is going to go away from her demonstrating why I shouldn't be a Christian. Now you're arguing with her about God, Jesus existing. Now you're mentioning, you're mentioning Josephus, and you're mentioning, all of the early writers, Tacitus, or all of the early writings on Christ. You're basically, she changed the subject. She moved the goalposts. Now you have to prove Jesus existed. We're asking a simple question. You're asking a question. Why should blacks be Christians, or why shouldn't they? That's all. Answer that question without telling me something else that's not true.
The JG on the side. What if you're Octoroon? Can they be? See, right? see.
The JG's in there. Chat. Hey, what's going on, JG?
Hey, now, you know what, JiL? Actually, that's an interesting question. As simplistic as it may seem to people like us, I think that is a perfectly legitimate question for these low-level atheist apologists. Because you know why? Because what they're trying to do is they're using this to spark a conversation, obviously, to make their channel, relevant and stuff like that. So if they say black people should not be Christians, we can easily counter that by asking this very question here. Well, what if you're Nocturne? Is it okay then? What if you're mixed? What if you're mulatto? What if you're 1/18 black? Are you still justified in being a Christian then? It just sounds like this whole conversation just sounds like another example of them, an atheist trying to be it seems like they're trying to copy DZ or this Deconstruction Zone or whatever. That's what it sounds like.
I think he might have been around before DZ. However,
this guy?
Oh yeah. I chatted with him a number of times. Maybe 2 years ago, we first had our first conversation, but I just never recorded any of our conversations. But he has since left, and I find left YouTube, is no longer putting out a StreamYard link. And now is exclusively on TikTok. So I got angry, and he banned me from his side chat. So I had to use a sock. Guys like this, the reason why they are what they are is because of their mothers.
Yeah.
And you could see with him, you could see who his mother was.
Yeah.
The young lady, that's his mother. Surrogate, that's his mother. That's how he was raised.
Yeah.
He was taught by a biblically illiterate woman or father, or never had a dad.
Okay.
That's why he believes what he believes. Maybe his mother was religious. Either way, no man sat him down and taught him. If my mother did not surround me with men, my dad was a Rastafarian. If my mother did not surround me with men of God, I would not be where I am today. I would not know what I know today about the Bible. Had she not taken me, paid for me to go to Bible school, where you learn about these things and you learn about the history of Christianity.
Right.
I wouldn't know what I know today. I'd probably be like this guy. Lost.
Yeah.
Lost.
And on camera. A multiverse where JiL is on camera and and an atheist at the same time.
Lost on YouTube, that is. Now we find you on TikTok.
Right.
You got lost on YouTube. We find you on TikTok talking to 19 and 20-year-olds. 19 and 20-year-olds. You're two callers so far. 19 and 20.
So how old is this guy? Like what, late 20s?
He's probably late, I'd say 30s.
Oh, okay.
Maybe 31, maybe?
Yeah. The 31 is the new 2022. So. Yeah.
But certainly the woman that is controlling him is older than him. She's like his mama.
Yeah, I get that vibe. Yeah, I get that vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when she speaks, he just kind of goes quiet and.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she runs the channel. You know, she's telling people what to do. She's telling him who to mute. You know, sort of like Praise and Dude. You know, it's like sort of like that. Really.
Dude, yeah, it's Praise's channel, but Dude's running things. He's the
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, did you see the other day when they supposedly are going to have some changes?
Yeah, I saw that.
Praise starts the stream with him and Olive. Says some things that I guess Dude disagreed with. The Dude decides to pop in and correct Praise. It was so embarrassing.
Is it still up? I like it.
So embarrassing. Yeah, it's the one where he says we're gonna change things. It might have been the last stream that he did. It's like 4 days ago, I think, 3 or 4 days ago.
And they decided not to go with those changes at all.
No, John. No, they did. John was on there. John was on there.
Right. Well, he's popped up on there before they.
Yeah, they'll allow John because he's nice. They'll allow him on there.
Yeah.
But dude, he popped in and said no praise. He didn't say no praise, but he said this is how we're doing it, and said it straight. Like you can't criticize free grace. You know all that other nonsense. Shut up. But anyway, back to these fools.
Yeah.
I actually think people like Dude are worse than people like this, but that's another discussion.
Yeah.
See,
wait, sorry.
Go ahead.
There's no historical, archaeological, documented, contemporary writings of Jesus's time.
All right. Did you notice that the word salad there? Why is she adding all of these requirements for us to believe in Christianity? We have to have all of those documents, like we would have to require if this were a claim that were made yesterday.
Again, I think it's just another one of these tactics that atheists use to get away from any accountability towards their position. So they can't give an account for morality. They can't give an account for the non-existence of God or creation or anything of that for that matter. And yet, so they want to spend the entire conversation on forcing the Christian to answer all these questions. You know, prove to me that God exists. Prove to me that He created this. Prove to me that the 10 Commandments is the right way to go. Prove to me that morality is objective. You know, all that type of stuff. It's always us having to do all the work in these conversations, and this is why you're going to see a lot of these they're going after the young people. They're going after people who probably have only been a Christian for about maybe a year or so, and haven't really studied, been involved in the area, in the arena of apologetics long enough to know what these people are doing to them. You know,
yeah, so I mentioned that earlier. Yeah. That's why they love TikTok. But I want to rewind what she just said, because this is another atheist trick. What they'll do is
sorry about that. Okay,
that's okay. They'll prop up some criteria that they do not apply for any other ancient historical claim. Well, we don't have the originals. Well, we don't have the originals of any ancient document. So why is that a criteria? Why is that one of the reasons why I should not be a Christian? If we don't have historical documents for ancient accounts, the original, why are you placing that requirement on Christianity's documents? Because you're a dishonest liberal. But I want to replay what she said. Okay, so her argument is black people. This isn't an argument for blacks not being Christians. This is an argument for anyone being a Christian. The question was, if I'm not mistaken, Veckel, the question is, why shouldn't blacks be Christian?
Right.
Not whether or not anyone should be a Christian. If Jesus doesn't exist, then no one should be a Christian. Black, white, Hispanic. But anyway, she wants to take it there because she can't tell you why blacks specifically should not be Christians, which is what I was waiting for.
Right.
I was waiting for that. I really wanted an answer to that. That she went to the obligatory mysticist type of garbage that only 2 people on the internet actually support. God. But I want to hear that again because I want to hear that she's got this long 4 or 5 adjectives as to, what's wrong with the historical records regarding Christianity. It hasn't been verified. Let me rewind that. Let me see if I can.
Enslaved. Their children are still here, still believing the same shit. And guess what? Jesus isn't real.
I like that. I like that, Flo.
Wait. Can you pause it right there real quick? There was nothing deep about that. This guy's over here saying, yeah, I like that. Like she said something like really profound. There was nothing profound in that statement by itself. What is he? She ain't fresh.
That's his good look. He's simping for grandma. He's simping.
Gosh,
simping. Oh man. I guarantee
you. I like that. I like what? Likes what? Like she didn't say anything. She didn't say anything. She not fresh.
Oh man. But if Maxine Waters gets up there with the microphone, it don't matter what come out her mouth. Blacks are gonna accept it. They're gonna say, that was deep. They're gonna accept
it. Let me tell you something. Now let me tell you something. Jesus ain't real. You hear me? And if you believe in Jesus, you're probably a despicable Trump supporter.
That is good. I wish I could. I can't do clips anymore.
Yeah, I know, because you're black. Yeah.
Yeah, man. They took away that privilege. See, y'all are the ones who are privileged. I'm black. See, I don't have the same privileges. You privileged over there. You one of the black privileged over there, black atheists, because you got TikTok and you got StreamYards.
I thought Doge was supposed to help us out, but it looks like it's to our detriment.
Yeah. Black atheists. Share some of your wealth, black atheists. I know you're a socialist over there.
Elon found out that black people get free StreamYard access.
Yeah, he stopped that. He put a stop to that.
Okay. All right.
Took away our privileges.
Wait, sorry. Go ahead.
Look at his face. Like he's proud of mom.
Yeah, I like that. I guarantee you that I'm 50% certain that he's not even really paying attention to any of the conversation at this point. Like he's looking at something else, but then he hears her speak and then he just arbitrarily nods and says, yeah, that's deep. But she didn't say anything. Like I guarantee you, if I were on his side and we were both tag teaming against a Christian, and while he's playing, I guarantee if I said something stupid in the middle of my speech, saying like Gilligan met Moses, you know that, right? And then he'll immediately nod his head that, yeah, man, that's deep. I like that. So wait a minute, bro, did you just hear what I said? I said Gilligan met Moses, and you over here nodding like you had no idea what I just said, did you?
Yeah,
and I guarantee you that's exactly what's going on here. He's only taking her side because it's her.
It's her, right? It's
he's
a
not,
hive mind.
He's not paying attention.
It's a hive mind mentality, meaning they go along to get along.
Right.
The reason why I would favor, even if I were neutral, and I'm not because I'm a Christian, but I would favor the Republican Party if I were a secularist, because I can even notice that it's not a go along to get along game. If a Republican disagrees with another Republican, they debate. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
If a liberal disagrees with another liberal, the liberal who's in power shuts down the other one, the one that's not.
Yeah. because
that's why
feelings
Bernie
far
Sanders,
surpass. Yeah,
right? That's why Bernie Sanders can't even get a primary.
Yep.
He can't even get in the primaries. As popular as he is amongst Democrats, why? Well, they paid him off for one. They basically did not to get in the primary. So Democrats are have a more of a supremacist mindset. They have more of a supremacist mindset because their fathers.
They always have. They've always.
They always have. Right. They always have. Yep. Going all the way back to the Dixiecrat Party, what it used to be called.
Yep.
There's no historical, archaeological, documented, contemporary writings.
Okay, all right. I'm trying to
use those big words.
All right. There's no archaeological. Okay. Let's start there. There's no archaeological evidence for Jesus's existence.
Wow.
Would there be archaeological evidence? Meaning, let's take a historical figure in Caesar. But yes, we find coins with Caesar's face on it. So does she want a coin with Jesus's face on it? What archaeological evidence would you expect to find? His sandals with the inscription "Son of David"? what archaeological? That's where I would stop her. Now I know JG, he's going to pre-sup her. She's not even going to get a chance to even go into this nonsense. But I would stop her here and say, what archaeological evidence would you expect to find for a man roaming the desert in the ancient Near East 2,000 years ago?
Right.
This is exactly what I was talking about, setting up you to fail by propping up criteria that no other historical work requires in order to be considered authentic.
What kind of fallacy is that?
Yeah, no one considers Attila the Hun not to be authentic because we haven't found any archaeological evidence that person actually lived in this say area or whatever. Now, any historical figure. Livy wrote History of Rome. Okay, you're not going to dig up Livy's house. You're not going to dig up his the chauffeur he wore or he blew or he used. You're not going to pull up any of that stuff and do a DNA analysis and find, oh yeah, that's him. These are ancient people.
Right.
I mean, let me rewind that because she went into a long list of requirements, and all in one sentence, that no historical document meets in the history of ancient history. So you would have to throw out all of ancient history. And if her criteria that she puts on the Bible or Jesus's existence, then no ancient historical figure ever existed. That's how you deal with this.
Time, Judas Iscariot was dead.
Hold on, I'm gonna play that again. I want to clip that.
This is Christianity's gift to the world. Enslavement, rape.
Oh wait.
Resource.
How does the statement that you made conflict with what actual reality is? If the universe produces all things that exist, that would include human beings, right? That would include the things that we call conscious, right?
Wait. Where? You know what the problem is? He's still live, I think. So when I'm rewinding, I don't know where I'm going. Like, because he's still alive. So
So you're kind of getting out of sync with the
right. So we all heard what she said. She mentioned archaeology. She mentioned contemporary. This is another one. She's wrong. Paul is a contemporary of Jesus.
Yep.
Let me repeat that again for you historically illiterate idiots out there who are like Peter, who buy into the rhetoric that you just heard.
But wait a minute, Joe. What that mean? What contemporary mean? What that mean?
Contemporary means that they were living at the same time of the person that they're writing about.
That's right.
They were alive at the same time. Paul the Apostle is a contemporary of Jesus Christ. That's why I wanted to hear more of the adjectives, because I'm sure she had another descriptor that cancels out Paul. Outside of the Bible is usually how they end that rant. Now, I got to listen to it again because it was long. She had 10 descriptors in a row that, again, no historical document older than 9/11 is going to meet that criteria. I'm sorry. Okay, so they have to be a contemporary. Paul was a contemporary, but he's in the Bible. Well, now you get into a discussion as to what the Bible is. The Bible was not written by one person, mainly Paul. So there were other people who wrote the Bible who also were witnesses, eyewitnesses to His Majesty, Peter says. So they play that game only with the Bible. They do not try to do that with any of other ancient historical accounts. There is no historical account outside of Rome of Livy's writings about Rome. Why would there be? You don't go to Egypt to learn about the history of Rome. You go to the Roman library where they kept histories of Rome. You won't find histories of Egypt in the Roman library or the Greek library. So why, when it comes to the Hebrew books, we have to have people outside of the Hebrew books attesting to the Hebrew books? I don't understand this argument. Somebody help me out. Some historian, atheist, someone who knows history. Why is that a criteria only for the Bible? Why does the Bible have to have 5 different civilizations writing about what happens in Judea? Why do we need that outside of the Bible? Why is that an argument? That's not an argument for any historical document other than the Bible. Did you notice that?
Yep. They
Did you notice that?
Yeah.
When I went to history, when you were in history school, no one said, well, there are 5 sources outside of of Plato, Socrates, and that wrote about what he wrote about, confirming that it is actually part of, he was actually part of our history. You don't find writings in Russia about Plato and Socrates.
Right.
You only find that in the Greek lore, the Greco-Roman lore, in that region.
Yep, makes sense.
You don't find writings about. Now, the only reason why you find writings about Romans and Greeks in the Bible is because Jesus interacted with them. Otherwise, you wouldn't hear about them, right? When they interact with African, with Candace, and with the Queen Sheba. Okay, that's the only reason why you hear. Otherwise, but you don't have writings of Queen Sheba in the Bible.
Right.
Where are her writings? So she didn't exist, I guess, because the Bible doesn't record Queen Sheba's diaries. She probably had a diary because she was a black woman. She probably had a diary. A rich black woman, the boule, they write, they keep diaries. Not the ghetto ones. The ghetto ones don't have diaries. Okay. All right, let's keep this going. I'm just gonna play it, and I'm not gonna try to rewind it and find points anymore because this guy is still live. He's been live for 7 hours talking to 19 and 20-year-olds, but he'll never click on this link.
I'm very confused.
I'm sorry, you're not cohesive in your pantheism. Sorry, you're not cohesive in your pantheism. But I literally have every plan on skinning, filleting, slicing, and deboning your bullshit.
You're gonna come better than that.
You're gonna actually have to come with a little bit more of your solar system knowledge than telling me the shit is
David, you got bars.
Like this is like a personal debate. Y'all should debate.
Hold it.
Yeah, I've been trying to get
Butcher. I done told Butcher that he's calling the universe God. That's all. I done told him this 100 times, and he still be talking about. I mean, when I really sat and got a understanding of what he was saying, I just boiled it down to the universe is God.
Do you know I got Butcher to defend me for 2 freaking hours because for 3 hours straight, all I said was no. What he's saying is the universe, we are the universe experiencing itself through our consciousness.
That's a fact.
Wait,
no, that's a
stop,
fact.
stop sassing me. I got him to defend me for 2 hours because 2 other atheists wanted to argue my point. And all I ended up doing for 3 hours was just repeating the one statement over and over again. I got Butcher to defend me for 2 of those hours.
He defend me sometimes when I be up.
We're enslaved.
So this Butcher is he?
I found because it seems as though she was interacting with a pantheist. At that
Oh, okay,
I'm
yeah.
To her getting back to proving or giving us an argument. I haven't heard one yet, other than black people were slaves. And the people who took them were Europeans.
Yeah, none of these people are prepared to get into a real profound, educated academic debate on any topics, let alone this one.
Yeah, by that logic, Christians shouldn't be atheists. A black shouldn't be atheist. Black shouldn't be Mormons. Right. Black shouldn't be anything.
Exactly.
Black shouldn't be black. Black shouldn't be black.
Right. Why shouldn't black people be black? Why should black people keep being black?
They were black, enslaving blacks.
Maybe I should do that for my next stream because my next stream I do plan on getting a little controversial. Actually,
is it gonna be today?
I plan on doing it today. Yeah.
Oh man, you should have told me. I wouldn't have done this.
Well, I don't know what time though. What are you gonna? Would you be free this evening? Because I definitely want to get your take on some things.
I'll try to stay up, but my new schedule now, my new summer schedule is go to bed at like 7 p.m. and wake up at like 4 in the morning and go on the internet so that's when I started this stream. I actually started listening to
So if I started a stream, let's say around
go ahead and start it. I mean, I'll take a nap and then I'll wake back up. Whatever you whenever
because I usually like on my days off, if I do a stream, I try to start it around 5, somewhere between 5 and 6.
Yeah, I'll keep a reminder, but yeah, I'll put a reminder. If I know you're gonna stream, then I'll make sure I don't go to sleep. But
okay.
Yeah, but I've been missing everybody the past few weeks because I'm going to bed at like 7, 8.
All right, that's good. Do you have a Discord?
Yeah, I do. But I only set it up because I wanted to get on to Joel Reads the Bible, his channel. I don't know if you're familiar. He's like Deconstruction Zone, but he's just younger.
Right.
And
the name sounds familiar, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, Joel Reads the Bible. He has his own little TikTok community, like most of these atheists today.
So I take it you don't check your Discord very often. Then?
No, I don't check it.
Yeah, neither do I. Yeah. So the best way to contact you is through email then. Okay.
Yeah, email or YouTube. You can leave a message on one of my videos.
Okay,
I usually check.
Yeah, because sometimes I come across videos and I want to share them with you and get a quicker response. But today's stream, the stream that I'm thinking about doing today, hopefully if no other obligations randomly come my way, I want to do a stream about black fatigue and stuff. And yeah, I've been wanting to. I've been wanting to do a stream on that for a long time, man. And I think I'm ready to open up a room where we could talk about it.
Yeah, man. These are one of the people that give me black fatigue. These black atheists. So that's sort of related to my stream. Good, man.
Yeah, maybe that'll be a good springboard onto.
Oh man, the black atheists, man. I've got black atheist fatigue. You're gonna tell a black man the rich in history is Christianity is rich, black history. And you're gonna tell a black man that he should be an atheist rather than a Christian?
Yeah.
What? So
they don't realize what can of worms they've just opened.
What
with this, man?
So what percentage of Americans are atheists? Like 1%?
Yeah, very, very little. They're
and
definitely
what percentage of those of that 1% are black.
It's another reason why you'll never ever see an atheist president, or at least one that hasn't admitted that they're one. At least
openly.
Yeah, they're not an open atheist. But Americans never vote for an atheist to be president. It's just never happened, and I don't think it's ever going to happen, even if they're Muslim. I think people would rather vote for a Muslim. I don't know. You know what? Good question.
Well, a liberal would certainly vote for a Muslim.
Yeah, they'll definitely vote for a Muslim
over a Christian, mind you. So,
yeah, that's true.
So they're so twisted and demented. They can't
or retarded. Yeah,
because they're like this woman. Well, Christianity is equivalent to the slave trade. The dumbest people on the planet, I'm telling you, and they have PhDs, so they're not dumb in that sense. But when it comes to reason and logic, they're just way behind the curve.
Isn't it sad too, Jill? Because at least guys like you, I think I'm older than you a little bit by a few years. But at least,
are you 50?
Yeah, I'm going to be 52 in 2 months.
Oh yeah, you are. You are.
Yeah. So back during the time, like even before the internet, okay, we had to go to the library, or it was by word of mouth. In order for us to learn stuff from other people, learn the history of that. These kids today, they have no excuse whatsoever. They have at their fingertips immediate access to, even before ChatGPT came out. I mean, just think about Google. You just Google something and you can find something. Now you got ChatGPT, which kind of skips over the middleman a little bit, and it'll get you directly to the information in a more precise manner than Google can. You can say, "Hey, ChatGPT, what did the early church fathers believe about this?" Bam, 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 and then it'll provide you a statement first, and then it'll provide you links. I don't understand what is the excuse of these individuals, bozos.
They have
in 2025
selective hearing, selective reading,
right,
and therefore selective reporting. It's just sad.
They have no excuse for this amount of ignorance coming out of their mouths. They sound stupid even when they speak. They sound stupid.
It's all because they hate God and they hate God's people.
Exactly.
If this was something that they embraced, you would never see a diatribe like that. Like, no archaeological firsthand document signed by Jesus, wrapped in his cloth, his linen cloth that he died in, with a sample of his date. You would never see that requirement made to legitimize what they already accept. They already accept the fact that they evolved from pond scum. So they don't require the same level of authenticity when it comes to the Bible, something they hate. Right? It's like the girl who dated the football player, the high school football player. He didn't have to do anything to get with her.
That's right.
Because she already likes him. But the guy, the honest guy, like Vecco, the nerd, he has to work. He has to work to get her approval.
That's
Same thing with these people. They're nothing but high school floozies. That's what this woman is intellectually, a high school floozy.
I wonder how old is she? Is she like about the same age?
She's probably older. She's probably in her 40s, 50s. I put her in her 50s somewhere.
Oh, okay. She sounds like she could be there. Yeah.
Yes, she's probably got a PhD in something.
But her intelligence, though, sounds like she's younger than him.
Yeah. Well, she hates Christianity. That's what they have in common. So
that's the most important thing, I guess. Yeah.
This is Christianity's gift to the world: enslavement, rape, resource stealing, and let's be clear, why are Black people Christians?
See, right.
Woo! Go ahead.
You see, this is exactly what they do. I sound like Darth Dawkins now. This is exactly what these people do. They bombard you with a whole bunch of assumptions.
Yeah.
And they don't validate a single point of it. And then she follows up with it with a question.
Yes.
Putting you in the hot seat again.
You know where this is taught? This method of interrogation, or what you would call putting someone in the hot seat. This was taught in Saul Alinsky's work. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Rules for Radicals.
Yeah,
this is how they
I haven't
operate.
read it, but I know about the book.
Like, she may not realize it, but she's been trained to operate in such fashion. This type of encounter, or this type of engagement, would be a violation of scripture. Okay, you're not being honest in your deportment. You're not what they would consider acting in good faith, what they would say.
I wonder if she read the book.
You're not acting in good faith. Make one point, make one positive claim at a time, demonstrate it. Don't pile on a bunch of claims about something and then ask somebody a question.
Yeah. Gosh, it's so
dishonest. So you can never be cross-examined. That's goal in Saul Alinsky's work is to put them in the hot seat, like you said. That's a tactic. That's a Marxist tactic that they've been using on Christians and people who are unsuspecting in politics. They've been using these tactics for decades now. But Saul Alinsky was the one who created these rules for radicals, it's called. You actually, one of them is you accuse your opponent of doing what you're doing. Have we not seen that? Have we not seen that over the past few years with Obamagate, Spygate?
Yeah.
Russia.
Wasn't somebody accusing Hillary Clinton of reading that book, Rules for Radicals?
They all follow those rules. Even if they haven't read the book, it's something that I don't know if it's being taught to them in an explicit or implicit way, maybe in the universities. But well, let's continue. Let's see where she's going to go from here.
Here you
go. I can answer that if you'd like.
Hold up. Wait,
well,
King
no,
James.
I'm just saying.
We didn't ask you, King James. We're talking to David. It's not your turn.
Yeah, it's not
We're
your
talking
turn.
to David.
We're coming to you.
It's not your turn, Ken.
Go ahead.
Ken James. It's not your turn. It's not your turn. Mute up.
He said, "Go ahead," but she's going to continue. She's giving him the signal to mute him by continuing to bicker and complain in her black woman accent. Yeah. Now he's activated. This simp is activated now to mute another man from talking. You see what I'm talking about? He needs to come to man camp, let alone, someone teach him how to read the Bible.
That'd be an interesting stream to do.
And this said, I had a couple of man camps for Wildheart, Man Camp 1 and Man Camp 2.
That's right, you did do those. A couple of those.
Yeah.
Need to bring those back, man. Yeah.
I do. I need to bring him on.
Maybe once a month or once a week or something.
No female. Listen, you were created in the image of God. She wasn't. She came from. Gotta give him a little man cap. Motivational. She doesn't dictate anything on your channel. You reaching for the mute button right now. You just lost all. God in heaven is shaking his head. The angels in heaven are shaking their head right now as you push that mute button to mute another man because this woman is bickering and complaining about him trying to answer a question that she had for David, who's probably in his 20s. She'd rather talk to the little boy. The man that was trying to speak sounded like he was a little older.
You can imagine the angels of heaven, like, wait a minute, I thought this guy had testicles. Or ask God, hey, Lord, didn't you give this man testicles? And God says, I'm going to remain silent on that one.
I played the fifth.
Mute up.
Okay, David, she asked you a question.
Sake.
What was the question?
Oh my!
Why are black people Christians? Yeah, I don't get this.
Okay,
Why
so going based. So going based on what you said, it would have to be because the white man kind of like brought
Force
us
that.
here.
Poor
And
kids.
think about it. The black people that were enslaved, their children are still here, still believing the same shit. And guess what? Jesus isn't real.
See, again,
how do you,
another
go
positive claim, another diversion. She doesn't even address what the guy said, even though what he said wasn't a thorough response to the question. But instead of staying on the main question, now she wants to bring up another question.
Yeah, Jesus isn't real, which has nothing to do with black people, because Jesus not being real would mean that no one should be a Christian. In fact, Paul argues that if Jesus isn't raised from the dead, we are amongst the most to be pitied. He wasn't saying blacks are the most to be pitied. He was saying Christians in general.
Although it feels that way sometimes.
Right? So,
yeah.
So why are you bringing up a general statement that all Christians are to be pitied?
She is not educated.
If Jesus doesn't exist, you would be correct, but that has nothing to do with why a black man.
Because Jill, because here's the difference. There's a difference between somebody actually being smart and somebody being a stenographer. Let me repeat that. There's a difference between actual intelligence and stenography or recall. Okay, what do I mean by that?
Yeah.
Just because you can recall what somebody wrote or what somebody said before, you can recall information, that doesn't mean that you're smart. That doesn't mean that you actually have a high IQ. It just means that you have the ability to repeat or regurgitate what somebody else before you said. So this woman sounds like she's exactly that. She can, try to put all this colorful use of big words and stuff like that, even though, you and I, we both know what those words are. She ain't impressing anybody, but she's trying to cover it up with flowery language.
20-year-olds.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And she's doing it to intimidate them.
Right.
But yet she seems really ignorant in the area of academia, because she's asking questions, but she's also failing to validate any of the positive claims that she's making. And so it's unfair and it's stupid. It's retarded.
Well, she wants you to just believe them as a matter of fact. That's the whole point. That's the Saul Alinsky trick.
Right.
You just keep repeating it over and over again never demonstrating to whereby now people think it's a matter of fact.
Right.
It's a fact that there was a switch, that there was the big switch, meaning the Republicans became the Democrats and the Democrats became the Republicans. That's a fact. If you go to any young person today on this planet, not all of them, not most, but most, not all, but most, they will tell you that the big switch happened. That is the reason why Republicans are the racists today and the Democrats are not the racists. Because there was a big switch. Don't you know there was a switch? I've heard black people say this and white liberals say this to me. They think it's fact. Why? Because it's been repeated over and over and over and over again. That's why.
Yep.
I like it.
I like that. I like that.
I like that. What does he say? He doesn't know what
I like that flow.
That was not deep.
Sorry.
Go ahead. There's no historical, archaeological, documented contemporary writings of Jesus' time.
Okay, that's a lie. Paul is a contemporary. So again, you're just wrong, lady. But you're going to argue Paul's in the Bible, so he doesn't count, right?
Judas Iscariot was dead.
Judas Iscariot was dead. Vecco, do you see any relevance in that?
Absolutely none.
This is what I call irrelevant factoids. Like you said, they spew out a bunch of knowledge claims or facts.
Regurgitate it, mind you.
Regurgitated that are not prevalent, that are not relevant.
Right.
To the discussion. And they do that to make themselves appear as though they are more knowledgeable on the subject. But they're really not. They're really not.
This is giving me a headache, man. I can't believe she's this dumb. Black people shouldn't be Christian. Why? Because Judas Iscariot died. What?
Wait, well, let's let her finish because she wasn't done. Hold on, listen.
Over 100 years before Jesus was ever born, Mary has no parents.
Okay. Judas Iscariot was alive for over 100 years before Jesus was ever born. Where is she getting this now?
Where is she? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead and laugh because that's really all that.
What's that got to do with the main topic? And first of all, and second of all, where you getting this idea that Judas Iscariot lived for 100 years?
You know what? I see. This is why atheists I get accused of cutting people off, even from Christians. I'm not going to let you make a positive claim and just go ranting off, making 100 claims. And now the audience is believing that what you said I agree with or it's fact, and I can't refute it.
Can I say something real quick, Jill? Regarding the art of argumentation and stuff. See, this is one of the I love Candace Owens. I got disagreements here and there, but as we do with everybody, one thing I really admire about her argument style is that she, like me, do not let people off the hook. In other words, if you're going to gish gallop a whole bunch of factoids or ideals and stuff like that, when we're supposed to be talking about one specific point, that's when we interrupt. We jump in the middle of their gish gallop and we say, no. We're going to stick to one topic because this is how they try to win the debate. They try to win the debate via performance rather than facts being displayed out there.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So in other words, they gish gallop you with a whole bunch of information, 10 points, let's say, but when you only address one of them, they still want to claim victory and say, see, Jill didn't address the other 9 points that I raised.
Yeah.
So I won the debate. See, no, it doesn't work that way. I don't let atheists get away with that. I don't let Christians get away with that.
I've seen that happen in debate where the atheist at the end said, my opponent only addressed 1 point.
Right.
Of
exactly.
the 10 points or 3 points of the 10 points that I made.
Right.
Excuse me? You made 10 points in a debate? A 2-hour debate, you made 10 points?
Right. Exactly.
Well, that's called a gish gallop.
Right.
And even in my debate with Vosh, he ran off 1,000 reasons as to why Trump was a racist. I said, okay, I'm going to only respond to 3. So I let the audience know up front that I'm not going to be responding to all 100 of his claims about Trump. I'm only going to respond to 3, and I'm going to pick the 3. Since you couldn't be, couldn't be honest enough to narrow it down for the audience sake to 3 or 4 examples, I'm going to pick 3 or 4 examples. And of course, I picked the ones that I had the best arguments against, and that's why you lost the debate, Vosh. That's why you lost.
Right.
Because Jill's a lot smarter than these TikTokers when it comes, and Vecco's a lot smarter, and Candace Owens is good at that too. Don't let the atheist gish gallop.
Yeah, so I bring that up because again, when it comes to addressing your interlocutors' points and stuff like that, you don't let them throw a whole bunch of points out and then let them claim victory because you didn't get a chance to address the other points. Don't let them get away with it. Address one point at a time, and that's what I like about Candace Owens, which is why I brought it up. So, but anyway, go ahead.
Address 1 point at a time. That's another. If you're going to allow 10, then do not discuss the second point until you have come to closure on the first.
That's right.
Meaning they admit that they're wrong, or they admit, or they'll say something. Well, we just have to agree to disagree.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
That is admitting they're wrong because they no longer have the fuel in the fire. They no longer have the argument anymore. They're not making the argument anymore, and make them move to a different topic by admitting defeat on the first in some way. They're not going to admit defeat outright, but at least like I was in a discussion with the Muslim who was trying to prove that Jesus, Muhammad was, and I'm going to upload that to my channel. He was trying to demonstrate that Muhammad was prophesied in scripture.
Oh, that argument. Yeah.
So I pointed him to the passage and he would bring up passages that spoke about the Comforter.
Yeah, we've heard that 1,000 times. Yep, the Comforter argument. Yeah,
and so I went to John 14, the Spirit of Truth. The world cannot receive him. He will be in you and with you. Is Muhammad in you and with you?
Oh, gosh.
I hope not.
Yeah, remember he married a 3-year-old, so I mean a 6-year-old. So
he was in a 3-year-old, but so he actually recanted. He actually recanted. He said, "Well, I have to take a look at that," because he had never heard that passage before.
Right.
So he was taught to select certain passages which appear to have, which can be twisted to Muhammad into being Muhammad. If I say, "Hey, a comforter is going to come and he's going to teach you that," well, yeah, Muhammad came and he taught us things. Yeah. So, but this passage cannot be twisted to mean Muhammad. Only the Holy Spirit can be with you and in you. Okay. Muhammad cannot do that. He's a man. And unless you are St. Tommy, you don't want another man in you, unless you're St. Tommy. Okay.
Hey, I want to give a quick shout out to St. Tommy. He says, Lord Jesus Christ was crucified, buried, entombed, and rose from the dead on the third day for the forgiveness of sins. Boom! Amen to that, man. That's the truth.
Gospel reminder. Yeah. What would we be without St. Tommy's gospel reminders? Without his
the Lord Jesus Christ was crucified, buried, JiL. You listen to me, JiL. Okay. And Brady, that name seems familiar. Brady, has
he's been on my channel before, I think.
Oh, okay.
All right, back to the Black
Okay.
Fathers. Jesus is not Elijah. John is not Elijah. Jesus did not end sin sacrifices for all time. He had.
Oh my God. Jesus is not Elijah. Did Jesus claim to be Elijah? What is wrong with this woman? Oh, let's get to the Bible here. Let's go to the Bible.
Oh man. More points, more gish galloping. See, this is why I would never go into TikTok. At least in an environment like this, you know that you're not going to get an opportunity to silence to address all of their points, and you're not going to get an opportunity to say, "Hey, listen, you're throwing away, you're gish galloping here. Let's address one point at a time."
So I think she's confusing John the Baptist with Jesus.
Exactly.
Jesus identified John the Baptist as Elijah.
That's right.
But John rejected that identification. So I don't know. When you do this, you never actually make a firm argument because you're gish galloping. It's sort of like your girlfriend, giving you a bunch of hints at something, but never actually,
being
doing
forward.
anything.
Yeah, right.
It's like frustrating. Like when you were a young man, it's like, man, what do they used to call that? Blue balls.
Right.
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 It's like, what are you talking? Can you make an argument and defend it, please? Okay, while Jesus identified John the Baptist as the prophesied Elijah, he did not claim to be Elijah himself. Jesus stated that John the Baptist fulfilled the role of Elijah, the forerunner who would prepare the way for Messiah. John the Baptist denied being the literal Elijah. So I don't even think she's got her characters confused.
Yeah, she's got it all mixed up. Yeah.
Jesus never claimed to be Elijah? What?
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe the Mandela effect took place, and maybe we're wrong. I don't know. But anyway,
this is a biblically literate atheist trying to speak on things she knows nothing of. Just make one point that you can actually defend instead of just regurgitating this rant.
It'd be easier for her, actually.
Yeah, you make sense. You start to make sense instead of just trying to win an argument.
Yeah, right.
You're not convincing anyone with this. They're just going to go repeat the same lie and look as dumb as you are right now.
See, on the other side, though, too, for the young believers here, and when I say young, meaning both their age as well as, how long they've been walking in their faith, because I don't know how long they've been believers, but they're young either way. They should understand that when they're dealing with the world, and when I'm talking about the world, I'm talking about world system, people, mentalities like this. They have to understand that they're coming into an environment where they are going to be mistreated. They're going to be overtalked. They're not going to have the opportunity to really provide a sound apologetic response to any of their claims. So they're going to have that in the back of their mind when they're coming into an environment like this. So when they get in there, if you choose to go into this environment, go in there with humility and go in there with the ultimate purpose to bring God glory, even if you don't even get a chance to address any of their points. Because ultimately that's what you think about it. You if you go in there in your own mindset, forget about God. I don't care about, proving that the scriptures is true. I only want to do it so that I can, save face and get popularity for my channel. Then you're going to fail. You're going to be embarrassed. You're going to be mistreated. But if you go in there with the sole purpose of bringing God glory, even if you don't get a chance to speak much, at least God is going to see that, and he's going to reward you in some other way. And so just a little bit of a humbling message for those who are young in the faith or young in age, and who choose to go into environments like these. Don't go in there guns blazing thinking that you're going to be the one man to destroy atheism or to debunk this argument or that argument. Go in there primarily to bring God glory, and be prepared to be mistreated.
Yeah.
And you never know. Right. Yeah.
Like Zechariah said, not by might nor by power, but by his spirit.
Right.
Zechariah. Now, I hate to get into the tulip thing, but
I have no problem with that.
The holy, even though Zerubbabel, even though he was doing things, he still said, not by might, even though he was using his might, nor by power, nor by himself, but by God's Spirit, by the Holy Spirit. But if you didn't check out the last video before this one, there's a Christian by the name of Ryan who took the tulip challenge, and it didn't work out too well for Ryan. He wound up rage quitting, kicking me from his channel, banning me.
Why does this keep happening to you, JiL? Everywhere you go, you get kicked out. What is going on?
He says that we started to get into the conversation about works, and he mentioned bowing, and he said that that's a work you must do in order to be saved. So I said, well, I've never bowed. I've never actually got on my knees and bowed. Well, he basically claimed that I wasn't saved, that I was an unsaved heretic. He did the whole, what's his name? Matt, what's the guy with the channel that's calls everyone an unsaved heretic? You know what I'm talking about. Jack Smack. He did the whole Jack Smack thing.
Okay.
Yeah. I said, okay, well, that's just, and then we got into, and it got really heated. And I basically said that what you're doing right now is exactly why the reformers did what they did, because they wanted out from that idea that you can do anything to improve, to get saved, to improve your salvation, to lose yourself. They wanted away from that, because that led to a host of things like indulgences. And now people are going to the church and paying money in order to have a better time in heaven or in the spiritual realm, or to increase their spirituality. So he came from a church that had a tradition of kneeling. So I guess he was taught that unless you kneel, you're not going to be able to communicate with God. But it all was connected. It all is connected to the idea that man is the center of salvation. It's man-centered. So when you have a man-centered theology, soteriology, you can easily slip into works-based salvation systems. It's easy for you. Easy. Not so easy for the Calvinists.
Right.
No church is going to come up to me and say, "Hey, did you pray this way?" And if not, that might hinder your relationship. I'm going to say to him, "Have you read Romans 8 and 9? That chain is not broken. That chain is unbroken. Those who he anyway, let's not get into
one of my favorite topics. Don't get me started.
Those who he called, he also what? Justified. Predestined. Right. Those who he predestined, he called. It's unbroken.
Yep.
Right.
Those who he justified, he glorified. Right.
So where is that chain broken again? Because I didn't come to your church? Oh, okay. All right. You must think this is, like back in the day in Germany, back then, where it was burning people at the stake. See, that's the danger. That's why the reformers did what they did. The reformers were saying that basically that Paul and the apostles taught this, not that. So that's why I say Paul was a Calvinist, because that's essentially what the reformers were doing. They were reforming the church back to what it was before the perversions of Rome, before you had to do something to be saved and to stay saved.
Right.
And to get to lower the temperature in hell, basically.
I never heard that one.
If you do this prayer and do that prayer, you can actually lessen the punishment. This is part of Roman Catholic teaching.
I never heard that before.
And yes, they'll have a shorter time in purgatory. If you pray a certain prayer to a certain saint at a certain location, whatever the case, whatever the requirements are, you can actually help someone out in the spiritual realm. So works-based righteousness is not just about being saved. People forget this. But also about your spiritual life.
Yep.
I can increase my spiritual connection with God by doing this. And if you don't do that, your spiritual connection is lessened. That's the problem. That led to a host of problems when it comes to church and when it comes to theology.
Yeah.
And abusing people. You can easily step into that motif and abuse people by setting up a monopoly. And that's what the Roman Catholic Church did. But they could not have done so in the face of reformers. That's why they can't hate. That's why they can't stand the Protestant movement. That's why Trent denounced the Protestant movement, because it removed them as a necessity.
Mm-hmm.
We no longer need your church now. We can go right to the throne, as Hebrews says. We don't need
Hebrews says, yep.
We don't need to go through a vessel or a channel like your church. But anyway, I digress. That's the Tulip Challenge. Go watch that interaction with Ryan and see how he fell apart.
But it's a beautiful thing to reiterate, though, and no matter what the topic is, because when you tell people that we can go directly to Christ, instead of going through this patriarch or this priest or this rabbi, whatever, no, we can go directly to the high priest after the order of Melchizedek himself, Christ himself. Just like that passage in Timothy says, for there's one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus.
Amen.
Yep.
Not two, not three, not the saints.
Right. It ain't Mary. It ain't Joseph Smith. It ain't Charles T. Russell. It ain't dude from the Praise the I Am channel. It's Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Amen. The Lord Jesus Christ was crucified, buried, entombed, and rose from the dead on the third day for the forgiveness of sin. Amen.
For the forgiveness of sins, JiL. Yeah.
All right, I'm probably gonna end this about 10 minutes, but we'll see.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, because I gotta get going too.
Motherfuckers are still waiting 2,000 years for their boyfriend to fucking show up. I wait for no man more than 2 fucking hours.
Oh shit, man.
Just in case there's traffic.
That sounds personal.
That sounds personal.
I wait for no man for more than 2 fucking hours.
Shit, man.
She's got a mouth on her.
She do.
She got
She
a
sound
mouth
mad.
on her.
She sound like she's she mad.
Someone was putting things in her mouth and didn't marry her. That's what happened to her.
She got gypped. She got robbed.
I can guarantee you, men were putting things in her mouth.
She's just like
that she did not marry.
She's like, wait, come back. I wasn't finished.
That's what happened to her. Do you hear the anger and the hatred? I can imagine she hates men, but I can imagine how she feels about men of God. Woo.
Yeah. Yeah, it was that verse in the Bible that says nothing worse than a contentious wife or a nagging woman or something. I forget where that's at, but
I doubt this woman is married.
Yeah. If she is, he's probably a total cuck.
Or married to someone like him. With that potty
this
mouth?
guy.
With that potty mouth?
He probably said, yeah.
Look, he thinks that's so cool, like she's cussing and
look at this thing.
She's taking charge and he thinks that's so decent. This is disgusting.
That's what I need. I need a woman who reminds me of my mama, who pay for my bills.
People got 2,000 years, right? Now, as for your male and female slaves, you may acquire them of the residents living amongst you, the towns around you, and from far off nations. When you enter into a far off nation, you offer them peace. If they accept it, enslave them.
Okay, she's combining two separate passages. This is a trick that Dr. Josh tried.
Yeah.
She took a passage from Leviticus 25, and then she took a passage from Deuteronomy 20.
Yep.
Deuteronomy, and she combined them as if they were saying in the same breath. They were said in the same breath. This is a common trick that liberal scholars will use on you. If you're not familiar with the text, you'll fall for it. Okay. This is why she's on the TikTok channel, 19 and 20-year-old.
That's right.
19 and 20-year-olds frequent because they're not familiar with the text. Deuteronomy 20, where it says, offer them peace, is referring to wartime.
That's right.
Okay. Leviticus 25, you may buy them, you may purchase them, is not referring to times of war. And there's also nothing in Leviticus 25 that indicates that anyone is being forced to come work for the Israelites, as might have been the case during wartime.
Right. Exactly.
Okay? Go ahead. What were you going to say?
That's scholar fiction. That's his big argument. This big go-to is that passage in Leviticus where it says you should not use them with rigor or something like that. I forget.
Yeah, that came up earlier in the conversation about that. Treating someone with rigor is no indication that you stole and kidnapped them and forced them to work in the first place.
Right, exactly.
Being an Israelite was a privilege. It was an honor. And there were privileges that came along with being an Israelite. Just like today, there are advantages and privileges on becoming a citizen.
That's right.
Rather than having to worry about work visas and ICE, right? And having to worry about your work visa expiring. And where am I going to get, my next? If you're a citizen, you don't have to worry about that. So we encourage that encourages you to become a citizen. That's how America grows. Okay. In the ancient times, there were incentives to becoming an Israelite. And one of those incentives was you no longer had to do the harsh labor. So it had nothing to do with you being a foreigner because you could become a proselyte.
That's
and
right.
You could be converted to Israel. And now you are adopted into the family of Israel. You no longer have to do the harsh labor. Okay.
You are an Israelite. Right.
Right. God did not see, and also you were not allowed to be owned by someone else. That's why they set up the kinsman redeemer. An Israelite would come purchase you if you fell into debt and had to work. Because the idea was that God is separate, and therefore his people were not to be underneath another. But the whole time I'm saying this, no one is being forced to do anything. No one is being forced to work as a slave. So no one is being enslaved. But within the voluntary system, God still does not want you a slave of someone else financially.
And Jill, I want to get your take on something real quick that I've
Yeah.
often brought up too, because they like to bring up Exodus 20, 21 to 22. I say, yeah. I say the reason why God even intervened in the first place and said all this, gave all these instructions, because I believe that had not God said anything at all, man in his depraved state would have done exactly what we've seen happening under antebellum, and the transatlantic slave trade. If God had not stepped in and said, do this, do that with your slaves, don't do this, don't do that with your slaves, then man in his inherent depraved state would do far worse than what these atheists are claiming. But go ahead.
I would add to that quickly. They were already doing that. That's why he says, do not follow the ways of the nations around you. Because they were already abusing workers.
They were already doing that. That's right.
They were already doing it. So he sets up in which Lex Talionis, in which you harm a slave's arm, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Gotta let him go.
Gotta let him go. A tooth. Okay? Come on, man.
His debt is paid. Regardless of how much he owed, you let him, because the idea was to protect workers from abuse. But and they take that and they turn it into slavery. How? How do you do that?
I'm missing one tooth. That doesn't mean that I can't keep working. So I can understand, like, if missing a tooth, like, man, that must have been bad. Like, maybe there's more to it. Like, maybe they lost an eye. Maybe they can't walk anymore. No, God is saying, even if they lose a tooth, you let them go.
So this would definitely curb the abuse. And if you beat them to the point where you killed them, you would be
killed.
Yep. Now, I don't know what else God could have done. When you talk about workers' rights, when you go into the lunchroom and you see that chart up there and it says all your rights that you have, thank Moses. Thank Moses. Don't thank an atheist. Thank Moses. But she combined two passages which have entirely different contexts. Why are you doing that? Because that's how she was trained to argue.
That's right.
She's regurgitating what someone said to her. Someone said that to her. It sounded right. She never went and did the research on where those passages come from. And now she's regurgitating it.
We're done.
There you go.
Y'all don't believe that people can be like black people specifically. Y'all don't believe that they can be secular Christians.
Hold on, Butcher. Hold on, Butcher. That's for him. But that
my bad.
Hold up. That's for him. I don't want.
And you notice no one is available to respond.
Exactly.
No, not to one of her points to challenge her on anything. She just said that's it. And they set the false narrative, and then they closed the door for any sort of cross-examination. That's it, she said. That's it. Argument over. Debate over.
I want him to move away from that.
I got
you.
Yeah, Dave, what do you think of that?
Well, that is I guess I learned something new.
Now he he learned something new. Now he's supposed to respond to that. What part of it does he supposed to respond to?
Exactly.
See, this is why it's important when they try that, take one and crush it. And don't allow them to change the subject to another. Just take one. If they get scalloped, take one, destroy it, and then ask them, if you believe that lie, what else were you told that wasn't true about the Bible? And then end it. And then have them end it there.
Right.
Take one, crush it, then decimate it, make them eat it, swallow it whole. And then say, well, if you believe that lie, what else were you lied to about Scripture? Watch them melt. She's melting.
That is definitely something that I was never really taught or informed.
Yeah,
we know.
That's a lot of black people. Read 1 Corinthians 7:36 and find out that is the reason why we have so much child marriage and child trafficking, is because it's God ordained.
All right. First Corinthians.
Wow.
I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, me too.
I gotta get out of here. But this is the last one. 1 Corinthians, what was it? 1 Corinthians what?
Regarding what?
This is why we have so much child abuse and child trafficking, she said. 1 Corinthians.
I missed the passage.
Oh man, I want to rewind.
Can you go back? Can you go back one frame or no?
I don't know if I can do that
on TikTok. I know
because it might still be live.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. It'll throw you
off. You said how everyone wants like the female meat.
Man,
I don't think she said meat. She didn't say. That's why I stopped her to try to see what she said. She didn't.
Documented contemporary writings of Jesus' time. Judas Iscariot was dead over 100 years before Jesus was ever born. Mary has no parents. Joseph has 2 fathers. Jesus is not Elijah. John is not Elijah. Jesus did not end sin sacrifices for all time. He has no prophecies that actually come to pass. Motherfuckers are still waiting 2,000 years for their boyfriend to fucking show up. I wait for no man more than 2 fucking hours. Just in case there's traffic.
That's because you're a tranny.
People got 2,000 years, right? Now, as for your male and female slaves, you may acquire them of the residents living amongst you, the towns around you, and from far-off nations. When you enter into a far-off nation, you offer them peace. If they accept it, enslave them. We're done.
There you go.
Y'all don't believe that people can be like black people specifically. Y'all don't believe that they could be secular Christians.
Hold on, Butcher. Hold on, Butcher. That's
hold on. What's your response to that? What's your response to that? Look at this guy.
I don't want him to move away from that.
Move away from what? Yeah. 30 claims that she made in a row.
None of which made any sense. But
you don't want him to move away from that. His mind is probably scrambled. His brain is probably scrambled. Like, what's going on?
Yep.
Yeah, Dave, what do you think of that?
What do you think of that? And that, look, they stand and they wait for your response, but if you were to take one of their claims, they don't want to hear your response.
Exactly.
But they want to hear your response to this Gish Gallop because they know it's going to be all over the place because you were all over the place. So that's why I just pick one and crush it.
Well, that is a.
I would have picked the Judas one. I would have definitely picked on that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
historically, like, wait, can you show this? Talk about that. Let's talk about that.
I guess I learned something new. That is definitely something that I was never really taught or informed.
What did you learn new, young man? What is he talking about? Now I gotta criticize the Christian here.
Exactly.
Come on, bro. Okay, he's 19. Let's remember how we thought when we were 19. All right. Sorry. All right, I'm sorry, young man. He's an apologist in training.
Yeah. We'll give him a break.
That's a lot of black people. Read 1 Corinthians 7:36 and find out.
Okay,
1 Corinthians 7:36. Dude, Jill, I know you got to get going, and I got to get going too, man. But
1 Corinthians 7:36. I want to read it first because
let's read it, man, dude.
Okay, all right.
That is about marriage, about singleness versus.
Oh, wait. Let's hear the claim again. So first, I got the passage.
That is the reason why we have so much child marriage and child trafficking is because.
Oh my gosh, this woman is retarded. Is this even a woman? I mean, the tone of her voice too. I mean, she's got a little bit of a baritone sound to her voice. But anyway, wow. Let me just read the verse. I got the verse ready if you want.
Yeah, read it for us, and then I'm gonna end this. I'm gonna end the stream.
Okay. It says, "But if any man think that he behaveth himself uncommonly toward his virgin, if she pass the flower of her age, and need to so require, let him do that he will. He sinneth not. Let them marry." Why are you going to skip all the other 20 passages prior to it and just skip over the context? Oh, we know why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the same thing they do with slavery and the Bible. A text without a context becomes a pretext for whatever you want the Bible to say.
Whatever you want it to be. That's right.
So you're making the same error. Let me just say this, and then I'll give you let you have your.
It's
last
talking
word.
About virginity, just basically. So, but I know we got to get going.
Right. Which so you do the same thing when slavery. Okay, you're doing actually, without even realizing it, perhaps, Black Atheist Rant and whoever your mother was there helping you out with the show, you're doing the same thing that the slave traders did, right? They couldn't give the full context of slavery in the Bible. They had to give the slave bits and pieces. And we have proof of this in the slave Bible, which was mentioned earlier. So by you taking a passage like 1 Corinthians 7:36 and trying to suggest that this is, prescribing some sort of child trafficking, or justify or saying it was used to abuse children, you're actually committing the same error that was committed by your, you're not white, so I can't say ancestors, but you act like you're white. You act like a white liberal. So I'll say by the antebellum South slave traders, taking passages out of context and creating their own narrative to trick people into thinking that yes, this is actually teaching this, and that's the sad part about it. It's ironic and sad at the same time. But go ahead, and I'm gonna end it here.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. If they would just read the entire chapter, they would see that Paul is specifically speaking against sexual infidelity and sexual deviancy and all this type of stuff. He's talking about the wonderful thing of the wonderful covenantal relationship that a man and woman has with each other before God, and how important that is before God and before the church. Okay, he's obviously not going to defend sexual promiscuity or anything of that sort. He's talking about marriage between a man and a woman. He even also goes on to say prior to this verse that if you cannot withstand sexual lust, then go on ahead and get married, because it's better to marry than to burn. He doesn't say anything else about homosexuality, about incest. He doesn't say, and he definitely doesn't speak on the issue of, pedophilia or anything of that sort. So she's looking at that one verse and taking it out of context. And we can go all day, but I know you got to get going.
I don't know how you can even take this out and to mean that.
There's no way to do it. Yeah.
But if a man thinks he is treating his fiance improperly and will inevitably give into his passion, meaning he wants to do, let him marry her as he wishes. It is not a sin. What does that have to do with children?
Yeah, it's so stupid. This woman is retarded.
Woman you didn't even explain. Can you at least explain how this is connected to child trafficking? No. I'm just going to put the claim out there because I know I'm dealing with 19 and 20-year-olds. And that's it. They're probably only reading the King James. So
yep, probably.
So they're probably not going to understand what uncomely means.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I just got that. You're right.
It means improper.
There's some nasty stuff in the Bible.
Okay. So yeah, if they consider that to be improper to engage in any sexual contact with a woman you were not married to. Now, I don't know why you would have a problem with that unless you're a feminist and you think that women should be promiscuous before they get married. I don't know. I don't know what her argument is because she's never made one and she never will make one.
I hate to say this out loud, but I'm saying she's probably one of the main examples of why we should never, ever have a female president.
Yeah. I would agree with that. Hey, the Christian Sodium channel, how's it going? God bless you. Just got a new bass and gonna worship team soon. Okay.
All right.
Maybe you can record a sample and let us hear it on YouTube.
Yeah, let's give us a riff.
All right. Well, thanks for joining me, Becco. I'm getting out of here. God bless you. And there's no outro because YouTube.
Well, I'll do one real quick.
Oh, you'll do one. All right.
La migra coming for me. I got to go. Bye-bye. Thank you for allowing me to come in. They're coming at my door now. Bye-bye.
All right. I'll see you guys next time. God bless you. And next time I'm live, I promise you Deconstruction Zone. I know I made that promise last time, but this time I'm serious. Jesus is Lord. He's coming back. God bless you. See you next time.